item in closed section, public employee discipline, dismissal, release, evaluation, superintendent evaluation, and 4 matters. Conference with the labor negotiator. Update on negotiations with ABCFT, AFSCME, and CSEA. Government Code Number 54957.6. Public Employee Appointment, Director, Information Technology, Government Code Number 54957. Conference with Real Property Negotiator. One matter, Government Code Number 54956.8. Do we have any public comment for closed section items? Thank you, sir. So may I have a motion to move to closed section? I need a motion and second.
Motion. You heard your second?
Thank you. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion passed 6-0. Okay, let's go. That was fast. the board is back in open session. May I have a motion and second? Thank you. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion passed 7-0 now. Okay, the audience, I apologize. Took me a little time to come back to the board. I'm sorry for late 3 minutes. But anyhow, would you please silence your cell phone when you have a chance? Let me see. So, let me double check on that too. I was up from 2 o'clock in the morning trying to get my schoolwork done. So, thank you. Now, tonight in closed session, the board discussed public employee discipline, dismissal, release, evaluation, the superintendent evaluation, and 4 matters. Government Code Number 54957. Conference with the labor negotiator, update on negotiations with the ABCFT, AFSCME, and CSEA. Government Code Number 54957.6. Public employee appointment. Director Information Technology, Government Code Number 54957. Conference with real property negotiator, 1 matter, Government Code Number 54956.8. Boy, somebody's really excited outside. Okay, I would like to call the student from Kennedy Elementary School. I think they're the one going to do the leading our Pledge of Allegiance. Are they here? Where's our students? Okay.
Ready?
Oh, wow. We have all the future leader in here. Maybe one of them going to be a president in the United States. Are you ready?
Yes.
Don't be nervous.
Good evening, Board President Say, ABC School Board members, and ABC Cabinet members. My name is David Carrillo, and I'm a part of Kennedy STEM Academy's Student Council. We would like to begin by saying the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand. Place your right hand over your heart. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, for liberty and justice for all. Please be seated.
Hello, my name is Nia Carpenter.
I'm Faith Opete. And I'm Araceli Pineda.
I would like to lead you in our Kennedy Code Pledge. Kennedy kids are responsible, respectful, and we persevere. This pledge is a part of our PBIS program, and by saying it each day, we are reminded of our behavior expectations.
You guys ready?
Kennedy, Kennedy, kangaroos. Kennedy, Kennedy, we love you. We're responsible, respectful, and we persevere. Kennedy, Kennedy, kangaroos.
Hi, my name is Siona Arakaki, and I'm one of the presidents of Kennedy Student Council. To honor Black History Month in February, some of our student council members researched a famous Black American and then walked to each classroom to share information about them. This led to some wonderful writing projects, discussions, and art throughout our school.
My name is Nancy Toma, and I am the other president. Part of being a STEM Academy is a lot of fun. Each week, each class gets to participate in our Makerspace classroom. Mr. R, our Makerspace teacher, challenges us with hands-on experimentation. One week, we were given the challenge to create a wind-powered car with any of the supplies available in our Makerspace classroom. Here, all of the students have the opportunity to be creative and apply personalized learning to existing concepts, or even create our own inventions. Makerspace has definitely made a difference in our science education.
Hi, I'm Madison Serrano, and I'm going to tell you another great thing about Kennedy. We have special classes that are offered before and after school and are actually taught by our own teachers. This is our AIM program, which stands for Active, Involved, Motivated, and includes classes like morning fitness, rocketry, sports club, drama, dance, cheerleading, and track. Our AIM classes are offered free or just minimal cost for materials. We love spending extra time with our teachers and learning new things.
Good evening. My name is Amory Cuevas. I would like to share with you some current activities happening at Kennedy STEM Academy. As part of Session 1 and 2 of our AIM program, the play Madagascar will be performed next Friday, March 15th at 6 p.m. I actually play the role of Marty the Zebra. Miss Ewald and Miss Matthews, two of our teachers, will have the performers dancing and singing all around the stage. We'd love for you to join us to see our play. Also, right now, the entire school is preparing for our spring musical, Grease. We will perform at Gar High School in the beginning of May, where each grade level will sing and dance to a fun song. This is always a fun night, and we'd love to see you there.
My name is Larry Harden. We would like to thank you for this opportunity to share about our school, Kennedy STEM Academy. With us tonight, we have Mr. Banco, our school principal, and Mr. Peregrine, our 6th grade teacher. Again, we thank you and hope you have a great evening.
Don't go. We have a few board members have questions or comment on for you folks here. And first one, we have our board member, Mr. Suyu.
Yeah, thank you,
Mrs.
President Say. Wow. Thank you for bringing the music, Mr. Perrigan, because that makes a difference. You know, sometimes the board meeting can get really boring because we're sitting here for 3-4 hours with a lot of important decisions to make, but that was a real highlight. And I just wanted to make a comment that how is this STEM team members, okay, every single one of you have such a great clarity of communication, your voice, and how you presented your line. Everyone spoke very clearly. I'm very impressed. And the voice was very loud too. Command of confidence.
Thank you.
2 thumbs up. Thank you so much.
Next one is our board clerk, Mr. Noyola.
Thank you, President Say. I just wanted to thank the Kennedy School Council for, sharing a little bit about what's going on at Kennedy Elementary, and also for inviting me to jump around at their Jump Heart Day. We got to jump rope and, act like kangaroos all morning. So it was a great time. Thank you, guys.
Next one is our Vice President, Mr. Nishii.
So did you know you're going to be jumping around and singing when you move to Kennedy? That's part of the requirements for principal, right?
That's right.
All right. Well, thank you. It was a great performance, and I know this school's one of our hidden gems in our district. So thank you.
And thank you for leading us to that tonight. And I know you introduced your principal, you also introduced your 6th grade teacher. I'd like to have all the parents who brought your kids in here tonight and share your kids with our board. Can you all stand up, please? Kennedy parents. Wow. And thank you for giving such a great report about your school. Definitely, one of our colleagues will go to visit your school.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you, parents. So next one will be a teacher high school girls and soccer team won the CIF champions. This soccer is my life. All my children play soccer, and even now I still have kids, 40 years old, still play soccer. I mean, not 40 yet, 37, play soccer. So, so there will be me, and superintendent will be down there, and Dr. Zillo will read the names of the students and coach, and I will hand out the certificate. Thank you. There's only one game I understand well.
All right, well, good evening. As part of tonight, we want to recognize the CIF Championship girls soccer team. And so we will introduce them, give them their recognition, have them come up, and then we can do some pictures with them and the board. Also this evening, I believe Joe Pack from Assemblymember Sharon Quirk Silva's office has brought recognition for our students as well. And so we can do that at the same time if you don't mind. And we can. Oh, perfect. Okay. All right. Here we go. So, Daniela Cardenas. Genesis Flores. Alexis Garma. America Hernandez. Marcela Hernandez. Elisa Leon. Aaliyah Lopez. Sofia Lujan. Valerie Murgatillo. Jershiel Muth. Mariel Navor. Melissa Ornelas. Juliana Ortiz. Christina Palafox. Brianna Remillo. Camila Salazar. Yesenia Sandoval. Sydney Tan. Nadia Villagran. Nadalyn Zuniga. And then our coaches are Uba Umana, head coach, William Martinez, Camila Reyes, Yvette Galicia, and Jessica Riva. All right, so we'll kind of, if we could pack in toward the middle, maybe we get another row with gals coming down, and then we'll get the board up around so we can get some pictures. We'll have the whole admin team that is here from Artesia come up and join us, please.
Can I be like Hugo?
Good job, ladies. Way to go. Good job, good job. Congratulations. Sorry, things are all confused. Can I make a really comment?
As we walk out, usually we comment, but it's okay. Congratulations. It was super exciting to be at your game. I kept saying this is what movies are made of. It was fantastic. Congratulations.
Don't go, we have more people now. We have Vice President Ms. Nishi.
Yes, just coaches.
Oh, same, okay. Phone 3.
All right, that was a great performance. I saw some girl that got hurt, and the next thing I know, she's running on the field. And I'm like, I thought you were hurt. Double overtime penalty kick. Can you get more dramatic than that? You guys could make a movie out of this. Do this every year. No, just kidding.
We hope to.
Yeah, next one, Board Clerk, Mr. Nayola.
Oh, thank you, President Say. And I just want to echo it. I mean, I'm still excited after that win. And I've come to learn that we have 7 freshmen on the starting squad. We only have 1 senior, so it looks like a dynasty going on at Artesia. So let's keep it going. And thank you, Coach, for everything you do.
Thank you.
And the next one will be our board member, Mrs. Yu.
Yeah. First, I just want to say thank you to the coach for your dedication and your commitment and just how healthy it is for the girls to be playing sports. And I want to shout out to all the parents for their dedication. I know some of them were yawning in the hallway. You know, they probably worked all day, but they came out to support their children. And the parents who are supporting the kids, those are the kids who are going to be successful no matter what. They will overcome adversity, you know. I know that when I was playing volleyball in, high school, John Marshall High School, I had to take RTD bus after school because my parents were always working, right? But I just want to really thank all the parents for supporting your girls because, being in the sports, that will give them a lifelong ability to live as a conqueror. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Next one's our board member, Mr. Beach.
Just want to say congratulations to you, Coach, and the girls. I heard that a lot of the students are freshmen and sophomores, so we're expecting championships for years to come. Great job.
I too screaming on the side, and I asked Mr. Garcia, I say, you know what? If they win this game, if they want, then I want to give them ice cream to the girls. I don't know he did or not. If he hasn't, I'm gonna call him. Girl deserve ice cream because I promised that if he won the game tonight.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Coach. Appreciate your hard work and really make us so proud. CIF, come on. Thank you, Coach. Well done.
Thank you, first of all, for having us tonight. What an accomplishment to, sometimes in life, success isn't always measured in trophies, but to be able to, make a historic night and be CF champions is what we've really worked hard for, not just this year, but for years. And it's finally, it's great to see all your hard work to come to fruition. We have 6 sophomores, 4 juniors, and 1 senior. So, yeah, no pressure, but hopefully this is the foundation of what's years to come for success. Inside the classroom and on the field for Artesia Girls Soccer. So thank you very much.
I also want to give the credit to our intern principal, Ms. Gomez, right there. Thank you very much. You made such difference in there. Thank you very much. Next one, we'll do in Cerritos High School, boys basketball team CIF champion.
Yes.
Whoa.
Lots of recognition this evening. It's been a busy winter. So again, we'll start by introducing all of our students. We'll have them come, stand in the middle, and we'll get the picture, and then we can make comments and hear from the coach. We'll start with Jalen Barsana, Brendan Dulay, Dylan Abril, Evan Montecarlo, Luke Rigger, Tobena Ozoagu, Demetrius Washington, Matthew Kamaling, Jonathan Guerrero, Benson Cho, Noah Edwards, Nathan DeWitt, Ethan Soriano, Nathan Chu, Shay Pema, Osinachi Agarana, Jaden Rebek, Yuki Yamamoto, Aaron Shin, and then coaches for our team. Jonathan Watanabe is our head coach, Kevin Enomoto, Julian DeMichael, Iris Lee, and Sebastian Tascon. At this point, we can also have board come to do pictures, and we can have any of our admin or athletic directors come, and we'll do pictures and recognition. Sing out of order too.
We're not the players stay here.
Oh, okay,
They
perfect.
want to stay here or you can stay somewhere.
Whatever works, whatever you want to do.
Hey, push the button now. Thanks. Before we board make comment, I would like to also acknowledge our city councilman, Mr. Frank Yokoyama. I should know your last name. All of a sudden I was shy. Mr. Yokoyama. Thank you again. You're always supporting our Cerritos High School, always here and support them. I really appreciate, not many people support our children, but you are put a great effort to our schools. Thank you very much. Okay. So now we're going to, first one will be our board member, Ms. Yu.
Thank you, President Say. Just want to say congratulations to Cerritos High School boys basketball team and the coach for all your hard work, and it really paid off. And congratulations. I'm sure that you guys worked all year round, right? And you build up to it. This didn't happen overnight, but over several years. So keep up the good work.
Next one will be our Vice President, Mr. Nishii.
Thank you, Madam President. You know, it's amazing. I remember one of these kids from their little kid in elementary school, and now they're like CIF and going to make big things in the world, and that's what comes with hard work and having great support from your parents. All of you guys get set up here, but all the parents out here are helping you get to where you're at, and your coaches, and even your principal had a little thing to do with it. So thank you for all your work. You've made all of their dreams come true too. So thank you.
Okay, I want to thank you again as president. You folks did a great job on the CIF champion. It's not that easy. Cerritos High School really made me scared right now because you just had a football CIF, right? And was given a award by Janice Hong, and now we have another one, CIF basketball team. I mean, I want to thank you for your hard work, and I want to thank you, parents, and special teacher and principal. You put an effort and support them to practicing, and then sports are always my favorite thing. My kids like the sport. We always encourage that. We feel both is important, not just academic, but sports, exercise is good for the health. Okay, do I have anyone? Okay, again, thank you so much, and do we have, Coach, please?
I just wanted to, I put some notes down just so I don't forget anybody here. But good evening, my name is Jonathan Watanabe. I'm the boys basketball coach at Cerritos High School. First off, I wanted to thank the board, the ABC board, for recognizing the student athletes. There's so many great things going on at this school. I mean, you had Kennedy presenting first, and the Artesia girls soccer team winning CIF. But at all of our elementary schools, our middle schools, our high schools, there's so much going on beyond just the academics. That is great to try to recognize as many groups as possible, and I know we can't get all of them. I did want to give a shout out to our girls basketball team. They made the finals this year, and that's the second time in 3 years. It's pretty amazing. They went undefeated in league. They won a 605 league championship, and they won their first round state game and advanced to the second and almost went to the quarterfinals. And I thought they had a great year, but I know we're not able to recognize all of our groups, but I think it just goes to show how much good is going on within this district. And so if you are looking to find a district to go to, I think this is definitely one of the best to go into, not just for our great academics. I mean, we have even just recently, right, the 4 distinguished California schools, the Cerritos, Gar, Whitney, and Tetzlaff being recognized for that. So I think that's just a testament to what's going on within our district. I also wanted to thank Dr. Zietlow for being at our game, and it was fitting. I mean, she was the principal at GAR. She's very involved with athletics. When she was at GAR, she was at all the basketball games, so I got to know her really well, and she was a teacher, activities director, principal, and so she knows that this wasn't just about winning a game. There's so much work and effort put into all of this in order to get here, and so it was just fitting that you were there with us at that moment. So I thought it was great, so I thank you for being there for that. Our principal, Mr. Walker. How ironic, about a year ago, we're here fighting to make sure he's able to kind of, finish on his own terms. And I'm so glad that we worked out where he was able to go through and finish this year. And I mean, see, I have football championships, so you have basketball championship. We still have spring sports, so hope maybe another Cerritos High School group will be here again. But I'm just so glad. It was sad to hear, to find out that he was going to be finishing this year. I was hoping we can get like 2 or 3 more years, but I think his wife was telling him he needed to have his time to come back. But I think he's going to end on a great note. I think this has been awesome to have him here, and none of this is possible without him. I mean, one of the most supportive people I've ever met. But as a principal, I mean, he pretty much knows all, 2,100 students at our school. It's amazing. But he knows everything that they do, not just sports, but he's going to band competitions and, MUN conference, everything. He's at everything. And so he knows all of the students. And so you feel that support. And so when we're playing these games, it's not just our group. It's like our whole school. So, and he's the leader of that. Our activities director, our athletic directors, Coach Denhart and Coach Adams, who don't get very much recognition, but they handle all the stuff that we need to for practices and games and buses and all the things that make the programs work. And so I know that they need to get their shots out there as well. All of our alumni, our players, our coaches, our families, like was mentioned earlier, this was not just built within a year. 53 years that we've been working for this. Coach Ian Desborough, who was my head coach when I played for him, and he was the first coach at Cerritos High School, a coach for 31 years at the school and taught for 31 years at the school, just passed away this Saturday. But I was fortunate to say he was aware, he knew we were in the championship game. I talked to him that day, and I was trying to get a hold of him after to talk, but he definitely knew that we won it, and so I was glad to know that he was able to be there with us for that, because that's something that we had talked about and strived for all the times that I had played for him and coached with him, and so I'm glad that he was able to be here with us for that. Our current families, it takes a lot. Making sure the kids get to practices. Our season is in the winter, so our winter break, all those vacations that you want to go on, I know had to be postponed or shuffled into like a weekend, and I mean it's not easy. It was a big sacrifice that all of you guys made for at least the 4 years that your son was in high school, maybe more if you have more than one kid, but it's because of this. It's because that we're able to do this together and everyone's buying into the same thing. I told some of them, like, I haven't been on a winter vacation in 28 years, unless you count with taking these guys to San Diego as a vacation. But that's what it is. It's about sacrificing for your group, and I think our families did a great job of that. Our current players and coaches, dedication, discipline, determination. They exemplify that. 2 years ago we met. And we had a meeting in my room, and I just told him, I said, hey, if you guys buy in, if you guys dedicate yourself to the program, you're disciplined, you take on whatever role is given to you, whether that's what you want or not, and you're determined, you're willing to work through, because there's going to be some hard parts through this, and you're willing to do that, we're going to be successful. And our goals were bringing back a 605 league championship, a CIF championship, and a state championship. So 2 out of 3 is not too bad, and it gives our younger guys something to reach for next year. And just, we started off last year 1-10. And so at any point, these guys could have said, hey, this coach is not really, he told us we're going to be winning, and I tried to tell him after a while, we actually lost 10 in a row, and I was telling my coaches, like, I don't even know what to tell the guys anymore. I go, it's just a building process, and it was, but it's hard to go through those. But these guys stuck through it the whole time, and they never gave up, and that's why we're at today. This year in particular was the most difficult year of our lives. All of us probably experienced more within this year than people should have to deal with in a lifetime. But because of our group, because of how close-knit we are and how strong we were able to kind of get through it together. So it was amazing. I had told this group before any of this out that it was a special group just because of how much they loved each other. And so I would have them checking up on me during that time period. And we were checking up on each other, and family members calling to say, hey, Coach, are you all right? Everything's going okay? And I didn't even know if we were going to get back on the court. We had to take at least a week off just with no basketball, and little by little we kind of eased our way back, but we were able to work our way through, and I thought it was just the supportive group that we have, and so we were able to kind of make it through together. And I got to make sure I thank Ethan Soriano. If you did not know, you probably heard it's all in the press, but our CIF championship game was our 22nd win of the season, and Ethan Soriano wore number 22. And so if there's not another sign that he was there with us this year, it was that he was throughout the whole year. There was little things that kind of showed us that, he may not have been physically there with us, but he was there with us this whole time. And so even though he's not, it's hard, it's always like bittersweet with, going through these things and having these great moments and like, gosh, he should be here with us. But then knowing that, he's here. And we would not have made it without him here. And so I do want to end with a quote from Ethan. This was right before the season began on his role on the team this season. I see myself as being a leader both vocally and through example, as I hope my work ethic will inspire my teammates to keep getting better. However, I will stay passionate for any role to make sure the team wins. Well, Ethan, you did that. So thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Jonathan, what a wonderful speech and presentation. You recognize everyone in here. I appreciate. At the church, when I saw you, I was a quiet father, holding the baby, walk around. But tonight, you let me see the other side of you. I know your brother, Jason, you're here, right? Jason's always take pictures of people. And I know your family, 3 members are working our ABC district, right? 1 is a teacher, and 2 is working at Cerritos High School. I want to thank you for supporting our school, and what a wonderful speech, and I sincerely appreciate. And I don't want to call you a boy because you're a lady, you're a gentleman here. When you stood out there, you were so tall, and I was so short. Made me feel like, wow, no wonder they won the game. But I want to congratulations, great job, what a well done.
Thank you.
Okay, hey, thank you. Keep it up. We will see the next CIF again next year. I also want to recognize one person, which is our council member Frank Yokoyama. Are you still here? You see that? You know what? I want to tell you about him. Okay, we all the board members, we have other place to go on that night. Unfortunately, we really want to go, but there was so much event we involved, so we're not able to go. The council member came to me and said, "I really want to watch the CIF game, and I can't get a ticket. What's going on there?" And then I don't know what happened. I think he got it, so he left the middle of the banquet that we were there. He left. I said, "Where is he?" He was taking pictures of us, and then he was gone. And he wanted to see you guys. He wanted to see the play. I want to thank you again to make us so proud. Well done, Cerritos High School.
Thank you.
And thank you, parents.
Thank you.
Okay, what's the next one? The next one is Women Authors, Inventors, and Leaders featured in ABC TK to 12 curriculum. And this will be Mr. Blaine Watson. Are you here? Thank you again. Thank you, parents. Oh, yeah. There you go. Thank you. Mr. Watson is our equity officer.
Right. Okay, well, good evening. Board President Say, thank you, Vice President Nishi, Board Clerk Noyola, Mr. Beach, thank you, Board Member Noyola, who am I missing? Board Member Yu, thank you, Board Member Rios as well. Good evening, Dr. Zitlo, and community ABC Unified. It is already March, can you believe it? I was just talking with some of the other directors tonight about how fast this year is flying by, and it's already March 6th. And with that said, it is Women's History Month, and we're celebrating Women's History Month. So I'm really, really excited to be with you today to talk about how ABC Unified is celebrating women's history and some of the unique things that we can learn tonight, and also what's happening across the district and what we're committed to. So again, my name is Blaine Watson. I am the equity director here, equity officer here in ABC Unified School District. And again, I'm happy to be here to present with you tonight around celebrating women's history. So the national theme this year for Women's History Month is Women Who Advocate for Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion. And I love this theme because it is right up my alley as the equity officer. So it was really fun to study the learning that I went through in the research that I did for tonight's presentation. And so Women's History Month, as you may or may not know, is celebrated in the month of March in the United States of America. And these are some images. This is a quick image to present here. This is back in 2017. This was actually a march on Washington. This was actually the largest one-day march I learned. That was kind of the preface for what they called the Power to the Polls March in Vegas in 2018. So this was the genesis of a number of marches that occurred across the country that led to the promotion of rights around voting, and which happened in 2018. And I thought this image was important to present. So, talking about Women's History Month in the United States of America, it's important to recognize the work of the National Women's History Alliance. The National Women's History Alliance is a leading organization around the education of women's history in our country. Some of their main principles and ideas are the ideas around advocating, teaching around women being really the core of societal changes in our country. Women in their roles around changing and transforming how we think and how we operate, not just legislatively, but also socially. Also celebrating women who work for basic inclusion, equity, and fairness. They also do work around looking for examples of women who are committed to embracing everyone, including excluding no one, right? So they're asking us during this month to look for women throughout our community who are always advocating for justice. And then again, honoring local women who really just lead by example in our community. And then these women have establishing safer safeguards and practices for legislation around our country and locally, most importantly. So just some history on the National Women's History Alliance. This organization was founded with the idea and focus around education, empowerment, equality, and inclusion. Since 1980, this makes me feel really old. I was born in 1980. So the organization was founded in 1980 and has made groundbreaking progress in accessibility of women's history and providing educational materials and history to schools, to organizations around the country. It also serves as an information hub, sharing resources across women's history educational community. At the end of this presentation, there's actually a list of different resources that are provided by the NHWA. So, how did women's history come about? And when did it begin, and how did it begin in our country? Again, in 1978, there was, and I'm really proud to be an employee and a resident of California, because California has been, like many other movements in the United States, has been a leader for women's rights. And so in 1978, the Education Task Force of the Sonoma County Commission on the Status of Women organized Women's History Week, right? So Women's History Week started in 1980. And that was the beginning of this advocacy and lobbying for federal legislation to honor women's rights in the country, right? And celebrating women's rights in the country, and not just having it done in 1 week, but expanding it to an entire month. And so March 8th was chosen to correspond with International Women's Day, which we'll be celebrating in just 2 days across the world. And when Sonoma County started this work, several other communities, not just across California, but across the states, began to follow suit. So that really was a snowball, right? Snowball effect to really push a lot more legislation across states, but firstly at the federal level. So in 1980, a consortium of women's groups and historians came together, led by the NWHA, to lobby for Women's History Month. President Jimmy Carter issued his first presidential proclamation, designated March 8th, again, like I mentioned earlier, for National Women's Week. Just 7 years later, so again, this took about 10 years for us to have an official month dedicated to women's history. So, legislative processes take a while, but we're proud to say that in 1987, we began celebrating Women's History Month, something I didn't know when I was a student in the early 80s. So, reflections on women's rights today. So, a lot has been happening over the course of 300 years, and I'll get to that in just a little bit. But it's important to recognize, despite all the advancements in justice and opportunities for women in our country, women still face barriers today. I'm sure you all know. And just some points and some facts that I want to highlight here. Women still make just 78 cents for every dollar earned by a man, all right? Obviously an equity issue, an access issue. And then also United States Department of Justice reports that approximately 1 in 4 homeless women in the United States is homeless because of violence committed against her. Another important fact. So I mentioned this idea of women's advocacy and women's rights didn't just start in 1978, 1980. We're talking about 300 years of advocating for women's rights in our country. And so women have been fighting, and not just women, but allies, men, and also African-American lobbyists have been fighting for women's rights across our country, fighting for access to education, property ownership, child custody and reproductive rights for women, voting rights, which I'll highlight a little bit more moving forward, marriage equality, and also labor and wage equality. So we can't talk about women's rights in our country if we don't talk about voting rights and women's suffrage. And women's suffrage, if we're not familiar, women's suffrage is really about women's access to voting, right? So the right for women to vote in public elections. And so beginning in the 18th century, which is the 1700s, diverse groups, many different groups came together to fight for access to women's rights through suffrage. One thing that's important to note, though, is that a lot of that wasn't necessarily about equality for women. A lot of that was just making sure that there were more constituencies, right? More people voting for different parties. And so there was a political motivation around having access for women to vote. So I would say the disposition politically wasn't about making sure women had access to voting for equality. It's more about making sure that different political leaders had more people in their pocket, right, to vote for them. Moving forward in 1920, the United States Congress passes the 19th Amendment, which states the right of citizens of the United States to vote shall not be denied or abridged by the United States or by any state on account of sex. Well, in 1920, this legislation was passed, but as we all know, that state legislation and state practices tend to lag. And so we had several practices across the United States that were not inclusive of women's rights to vote after this legislation passed in 1920. Some facts about women's voting rights after the 1920 passing of the 19th Amendment: black men were given the right to vote before women. Also, Asian American voting rights restrictions were not changed until almost 50 years, right, after, or 30 years after the 19th Amendment, right? So I would say it's really important to note, right? I want to say 1950, so 30 years, after 1920, right? So it's a very important fact for us to recognize. So some conversation starters that I think are important to share, either if you're sharing this topic over dinner at your table at home, or if you're in a classroom as an educator. What are some important questions that we should engage each other around? Number one, why were the Western states, including California, the first in the nation to grant full voting rights to some women? Another good question to ask is, to what extent did the 19th Amendment fulfill the goals of the suffrage movement? And lastly, how is the debate around women's suffrage relevant today? So I mentioned earlier that California has been a leader in women's rights in our United States of America. Here are three laws that were passed, and I'm not going to talk about all three, but I think one that was very important to recognize is the 1949 Women's Paycheck Act. This is an important piece of legislation to cover because it talked about prohibiting employers from paying employees less than employees of the opposite sex. And this was a preface to the 2015 California Fair Pay Act that strengthened this original legislation. And so, again, California has been a leader in the United States in women's rights. So moving on to what's happening in our curriculum across our schools. What are students exposed to? What are our students studying? We have some examples of our elementary curriculum here. On the far left-hand side, we have some examples of our social studies and ELA curriculum that our students are exposed to and our students are engaging with their educators. And also on the far right-hand side, we're looking at resources around celebrating culture and activities through the My On Renaissance curriculum at that elementary school level. At the secondary level, students are learning about again, suffrage and how women at the turn of the century during World War I, because they were not necessarily on the front lines, were advocating for women's rights here in the States. And then also women were imprisoned and women were arrested for fighting for rights, for actually participating in voting. Susan B. Anthony is an example of someone who was incarcerated briefly and then was actually charged, fined, but never paid that fine. Found that interesting. On the right-hand side, we look at, at the 11th grade level, students are exposed to Sojourner Truth's Ain't I a Woman's speech, which is a very important speech, not only thinking about women's rights, but also the rights of African Americans and how African Americans were advocating for women's rights in our country. And I love this piece on this was in the Seneca Convention in the late 1800s. The Declaration of Sentiments was modeled after the Declaration of Independence. And this was signed by a number of women and a number of men who were advocating for women's rights, including one African American male who was very famous in the suffrage movement. who we're very famous with, right? So Frederick Douglass fought for women's rights, but also fought for the rights of African Americans in our country. Some other activities that have been happening across our district. These are some images from an event titled "Introduce a Girl to Engineering Day." This year's event took place last month on February 22nd at Gar High School. This is the 5th year of this event. This began in 2017 with a brief lag because of the COVID challenge we're facing in our country, in our district. And this year we had 330 female 8th graders participate in the event, with 30 guest speakers from different organizations and companies. The purpose of this event was to celebrate not only how engineers make a difference, but also how women in engineering make a difference in our local area in our country. So, what can we do to celebrate and support Women's History Month in our country, in our local area? These are some examples. We brought some resources for educators in our district to consider. There are 2 lesson plans that educators can consider at the secondary level, chronicling and mapping the women's suffrage movement, and then women's suffrage, why the West first. And then one other I think is important, maybe having students, encouraging students to interview women in their community, such as family members, teachers, neighbors, or local professionals to learn about their experiences as women. Also, some other ideas that we could explore: listen to podcasts and webinars focused on women's history, organizing a career panel at our schools with women representing diverse professions and goals and visions. Also partnering with local women's organizations and community groups to celebrate women's events. And then organizing a book club, I think, would be important for our students and educators to participate in around women's history and women's rights. So one activity that we have been participating in during our cultural celebrations, monthly cultural celebrations, are our Stories from Within series. And we're highlighting and profiling in this month different female leaders across our district. And so it's important for during this month, but also not just during this month, throughout the entire year, for our women leaders across the district to be seen and also to be heard. And so I'm going to share some words from a few of the staff members that we're profiling. Here is Miss Alice Kim, the Division Assistant in Business Services. She had lots to say in response to this question: what makes you proud of women's historical role in advocating for women, or advocating for equity, diversity, and inclusion in our country? At the end, she says, as a female leader in education, I am reminded to embrace each opportunity I'm given, no matter how big or how small, with a strong conviction and passion to encourage the next generation of women. Thank you, Alice. And then Patty Alcantar, Head Start teacher at Nemis Academy. She says, the teachings and influence of women in my life are unmeasurable and inspire me to continue to advocate for women's rights on a personal and professional level. As a union leader, I am dedicated to improve the working conditions and increase salaries for a predominantly women workforce. Thank you. Then also Ms. Tina Porter, our district social worker. The inception of school social work began in her home country, in England. Margaret Freire, I hope I'm pronouncing that last name correctly, who ran a poor school in inner London, realized in 1898 that despite volunteers handing out food, clothing, and shoes, poor children remained underfed and badly clothed. She realized that unless the homes were visited and assisted, then there was no permanent improvement. Thank you, Tina. And Ms. Cassandra Frapwell, Program Specialist in Academic Services. She says, as a former Division I college athlete, I take pride in the resilience and impact of women in sports, as their advocacy has paved the way for a more diverse and inclusive future in athletics and beyond. Thank you, Cassie. And then also Laura Ballard, principal at Elliott Elementary. Women like Malala Yousafzai serve as inspiring examples of this trailblazing spirit. Despite facing grave danger and risking her life, Malala fearlessly defied the Taliban's oppressive regime in Pakistan to champion educational rights for girls. Just a couple more. Miss Megan Harding, social studies teacher at Cerritos High School. She says, as a social studies teacher, she has the pleasure to share with her students the amazing women who have advocated, rallied, and struggled so that we can wear pants, become principals, and educational leaders. And then our very own Dr. Zietlow, She shared a story of both of her grandmothers facing hardships. They came to California to be able to work and survive. One worked for Rockwell on the Apollo missions, and the other one built her own business and provided work for other women in the area. They both were highly influential in her life and both encouraged Dr. Zietlow and found ways to help her attend college. So, we're going to leave you with some resources here that we're going to share with our community, with our educators, and also with the board. Please do your best to share these resources to honor and celebrate Women's History Month across our district, across the local area, and across our country. And with that said, I thank you for the opportunity to share on Women's History Month with you tonight. Thank you very much. Again, my name is Blaine Watson, Equity Officer.
Thank you, Ms. Watson.
Thank you very much.
Oh, hold on one second, Ms. Watson.
Of course.
Ms. Watson. We have board member Dr. Olga Rios.
I couldn't help but sit here and think like, wow, how awesome that we have, your position that many of us fought really hard to bring forth, along with, of course, the entire community, because it allows us to continuously celebrate and elevate the voices of people. And this month we've already talked about, Black history, and today we're celebrating women. So thank you for that. It made me feel really, really good and appreciative that, as ABC, we continue to lead the way.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much. Really very educational today. I learned so much too.
Thank you. So.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Good evening.
Okay, good evening. Good night. Our next one will be summer school program. I know our director's been waiting there to do presentation. So we will have Dr. Balbuena, Director for Elementary School and Curriculum and Professional Development. And we also have Dr. Evelyn Watt, Director for Child Development and Special Program. And we have Dr. Weiss. Oh, wow, you're here. And Secondary Curriculum and Professional Development. Thank you. The floor is yours now. And we'll call Dr. Castro first. I didn't let you go.
Thank you, President Say. I'm very proud to lead this wonderful group of women, speaking of Women's History Month, that are working hard alongside some of our other coordinators and directors to put together a expanded summer learning opportunity. As you know, we have been evolving summer school for several years. We've tried to provide increasing enrichment offers. And I think you'll see that this year, not only are we expanding, but we're trying to connect some of our programs together to make sure that there's a more holistic experience for our students across the district. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Dr. Balbuena to provide an overview of our programs.
Thank you. Good evening, President Say, Vice President Nishii, Clerk Noyola, our esteemed board members, and our Superintendent, Dr. Zietlow. I'm Dr. Christine Balbuena, the Director of Elementary Curriculum, along with Dr. Evelyn Ha, Director of Child Development and Special Programs, and Dr. Kashina Wise, the Secondary Curriculum Director. And we're really excited to share with you our plans for extended learning opportunities for this summer. The presentation tonight is an overview of the program offerings from elementary to secondary, including our special education, as well as a host of enrichment opportunities. So it's important to us that to make sure that when we are developing programs that we ensure that they are aligned with our district vision, which is the belief that all students not only have the capacity to learn, but the capacity to be high achievers. As well, we want to ensure that programs align with that belief that we want to always create the conditions to improve student outcomes and to provide access to a broad course of study for all of our students. So we want to start first by highlighting some of the enhancements to our program structure for this summer. So for the past several years for elementary programs, for example, we would have hosted a 10-day Jumpstart program in the summer. And so this year, you will see that we are going to expand the number of days for elementary and middle school to 20 days of instruction. Also in elementary, we're going to offer STEM and enrichment, STEM and art programs as part of the enrichment for the summer school day. You can also see that we're going to expand the number of locations for elementary. So in the past, where we may have had 3 to 4 school sites, this year we're going to host summer school programs at 6 of our elementary sites. And probably one of the most exciting things is that we are moving to a more integrated structure So instead of hosting our general education and special education programs at separate locations, we are going to offer both Gen Ed and Special Ed at all of our levels on the same campuses. And for elementary, we are going to add into that the ABC Excels program. So for elementary, we are changing, like I said, we're changing from a 10-day jump start to now what we're calling the Elementary Summer Learning Academy. So this program is for students who are currently in our TK through 5th grade. We will have priority enrollment for our unduplicated pupils, beginning with students who receive a 1 or a 2 in ELA or math on their trimester 2 report card. Our curriculum focus will continue to be for reading and math, with a focus on developing foundational skills. As well, students will have the opportunity to participate in what we know will be a very robust science enrichment as well as art enrichment as part of their regular summer school day.
So as Dr. Balbuena shared about this new integrated structure, we do have our special education extended school year, and normally that would happen on one campus for the entire district. But again, we're going to be bringing our classes for our special education students with disabilities to one of those 6 existing campuses, as well as our middle schools and our high schools. So this is based on a student's IEP. So if they have a disability that is prolonged and pervasive, they have the opportunity to attend the extended school year through their IEP. So it's determined by their IEP team. Currently, right now, in ABC, we have 857 students eligible. And again, like the Elementary Summer Learning Academy, it will be 20 instructional days, including the holidays. And really, the purpose of this is to prevent regression. So to make sure that they're able to hold on to the skills that they've learned throughout the year, and that will kind of bridge them to the next year. And you can see the citation for the ed code on the bottom as well, because this is determined by what the ed code is saying for our students with disabilities. Some of the other additional special education extended summer year programs also include the early childhood intervention. So we do have that ongoing at Tracy Infant Center, as well as our EIP, which is at Artesia Children's Center. And then we do have the Bridges Academy at our elementary, middle, and high schools. And so those Bridges classes will also be integrated in either the Elementary Summer Learning Academy or the secondary middle and high school summer school programs. There's also an adult transition program as well. And as you know, ABC Excels, this is based on the Expanded Learning Opportunities Program, which is Assembly Bill 130. And so all districts are required to offer services for our elementary students 9 hours a day. Also, this includes a 30-day session for summer. So just like last year, we did include that. However, now the great part is that we get to integrate with our actual Elementary Summer Learning Academy. So this will be open again to currently students who are in grades TK through 5th. As we do during the school year, all the unduplicated pupils will be free. Also, if they are students at a Title I school that is funded also by the After School Education Safety Grant, which is the ACES grant, they will also be free. Students who don't qualify as free, they will be able to participate for a fee, which we normally do during the school year. You can see here, this is more than 20 days. We are required to serve students for 30 days. So this will be a 6-week program that will go from June 10th to July 24th. And you can see the hours there. And the main focus of the summer program for ABC Excels is academic enrichment. So they'll be doing a lot of STEM activities, a lot of visual arts, performing arts, physical recreation and sports. They'll be able to go on some field trips. So it's really kind of like a summer camp kind of opportunity for our students. In this next slide, you'll see kind of a sample for an elementary student. They can participate in the morning for the Elementary Summer Learning Academy. Again, that is free for all students, as Dr. Balbuena mentioned. It's based on their academic needs. And then they can also then, after summer school ends, just like the regular school day, they can go to ABC Excels until 5 o'clock. So it really does provide for them that 9-hour day. It's helpful for parents too, I'm sure, during the summer to be able to have a safe place for their students. Also, we have some students who may not need the actual Summer Learning Academy in the morning, but they can still participate in ABC Excels from 8 o'clock to 8 to 12 o'clock as well, because ABC Excels will run coinciding with the Elementary Summer Learning Academy program. So this is also inclusive of our extended school year for special education. So they are all on the same campuses. They are welcome and invited to also participate in ABC Excels. I'm going to go ahead and hand it over to Dr. Wise, and she'll be going over the secondary summer programs.
Good evening. I'm the shortest one, so I have to adjust the mic. But looking at secondary, and you'll see a theme across our district of really creating interventions as well as supports for our students. And so intervention and support will be one of it. And the other side of that will be enrichment and acceleration. And you'll see that across all of our programs this year. Tonight I'm here to detail the high school and middle school programs and really taking a look at our new CTE enrichment pathway camps that we will have as well. So looking here at middle school, we're still under construction in many of our schools, and we will be in person at Carmelita and Tetzlaff this year. We will be providing interventions for our ELA and math students in 7th and 8th grade, in addition to our Rising program for our 6th graders coming into the middle school program. For acceleration, we will be providing accelerated math bridges for 7th and 8th grade, as well as continuing our Language Excels program where we're creating EL enrichment programs for our English learners. In high school, we will have our 3 campuses this year. One will be Artesia High School, and Gar High School, and Tracy High School. From this mix, our students from Cerritos High School will be able to attend either of those 2 schools based on zip code. So we're trying to get our kids closest to the school in which they live. Again, we'll be offering intervention for those students that have not made grade level standards, and so we'll have graduation credit recovery, as well as UC and A through G eligibility recovery. We will also have our prep program for our 8th graders moving into high school. For acceleration, we will continue our bridge programs. We will continue our relationship with Cerritos College and offer our dual enrollment college courses, as well as our English Language Arts program for our ELs and our Language Excels program. We started this process and for CTE pathway camps 2 years ago. We are very excited to bring it back to Whitney High School this year. So you have a list of courses that are here. But I wanted to highlight a few of them this year because it's really exciting, the work that we're going to do. So each of these camps will be listed for 1 week. Students have an opportunity to select a course, and based on availability, first come, first serve. And those UDP students that require this extension, we will make sure that they are based on a first come, first serve basis. So one of the classes that we have here is called Cyber Forward. And it is definitely a class that is supporting cybersecurity. The kids loved it 2 years ago, and we're going to bring that back and offer classes for middle and high school students. The other company here we have is Key Code Media, another fantastic class to focus and support our future filmmakers with our upcoming film events. We thought it'd be important to make sure that our students have extensions in that field, so Key Code has been amazing. One of the things that's really fascinating about it is that our students are able to actually go to a film studio and actually have a film studio experience. Last but not least, I'm really excited. This is the first time, and this is going to be a little bit different from our AME or arts media component for CT Pathways. It is going to be our first class at the university or UC school. The school is called the University, It's called UC Camp at the University of California Agriculture Natural Resources. It is held in the Orange County area. This CTE pathway is really going to be new for our students, so this is going to be a pilot. We're going to see how our students respond to this learning. But for 1 week, our high school students will be at the farm, and they will learn basic principles about agriculture production, awareness, and connection between food security and local environments. Students will learn the natural environment factors that affect our food storage and our food areas, and really talk about pest and climate control. And so we're really excited about this opportunity for our students. Informationals regarding our secondary programs and flyers, notices, and parent meetings will be held and sent out to our community right after we come back from spring break. And so we're very excited to offer these opportunities to our secondary students. That, I'm going to send it back over to Ms. Balbuena.
I think we're all trying to one-up each other on how excited we are about our great programs for this summer. I do want to now share with you some of the offerings for our students who are enrolled in our migrant education summer learning programs. So our migrant education program is going to bookend our summer. So I want to start first by talking about what will happen in 2 weeks in June with our STEAM camps. So for STEAM camps, this consists of up to 3 hours of enrichment, and students have the opportunity this summer to experience ceramics class, a mechanical engineering and electronics class, as well as a coding class where they'll do some website programming, learn some about game development, artificial intelligence, and an introduction to Python. And then closing out our summer, students can enroll in an additional 2-week supplemental program with a focus on ELA, ELD, and math. So this will again supplement their learning. So our goal is that hopefully students will have attended our Elementary Summer Learning Academy and then have additional opportunities to attend the summer learning program for migrant education. Included as their enrichment this year is oceanography. So that's pretty exciting. We also have other opportunities. So lastly, Los Angeles County Office of Education, they fund residential camps that take place in the month of July. And every year we garner a certain number of spots to send students to each of these camps based on our enrollment. And since ABC does have the largest migrant education program in LA County, we are over 1,800 students strong in terms of enrollment in our program. We're excited that we have additional opportunities to provide to students. We don't have our allotment for the camps this year yet, but just to give you an idea, last summer we were able to send 23 students to the mini corps where they are learning and developing appreciation and respect and understanding of man's relationship with nature through STEM and reading and writing. We were able to send 13 students to the outdoor STEM program, the Science at Sea outdoor STEM program. 11 students participated in the San Marcos Institute, and there they experienced college and career preparedness, leadership skill development, and development of career paths and how to navigate the higher ed system. And we sent 6 students to the USC program, which prepares students for college and workforce. So we really are looking forward to knowing what our allotments are for this summer so we can send students to participate in these camps provided by LA County. And now I'm going to send it back to Dr. Ha.
So we have all of these wonderful programs, and I'm sure the big question is, when can we register? So here is the information for program registration. So for Elementary Summer Learning Academy, Migrant Education Programs, and ABC Excels, March 18th will be the opening date for registration. And we are already registering for middle school and high school, but like Dr. Wise mentioned, additional information about some of the other programs will be going out right after the spring break, especially about the CTE summer camp. Students will be able to work with their school counselors on that. And I just wanted to close out. This has been a lot of just collaboration amongst our departments within academic services. So you can see not only is it just all about curriculum, but also with special programs, child development. We have also our special education. So we're really proud of being able to offer a very integrated and inclusive, complete program for all of our students this summer. Thank you.
Second, I have, first one is Dr. Olga Rios.
Hi, I think summer programs are exciting for everyone, the community and parents and teachers even. I have a few questions. Can someone give me some background information as to how the schools were selected? The summer programs. Well, and that's the biggest clarity that I need. Like some of these, like the Excels. Is Excels happening at every school site?
So it's the, it's the 6 sites that were listed. It's based on, schedules in terms of where students are located, where construction is happening. Even though we may not have Measure BB at some of our elementaries, some of our schools are experiencing some level of construction. And so we work and coordinate with nutrition services, with MOT, to really look at what school sites will we be least disruptive with such a large amount of students across campus so that the summer cleaning and all those schedules that need to happen can continue to happen. So although you see 6 campuses, it's not that summer school is just happening at those 6 campuses. Those are just locations. It's happening for all students across ABC.
So then that brings me to my next question, because I noticed, like, for example, for the elementaries, I don't see any schools listed in Hawaiian Gardens, and I know that they're not listed on the BB renovations phase.
So we did have several meetings with the facilities department, and Hawaiian was one of our choices. However, they're going through some facilities projects that we were not able to use that site.
Oh, I would definitely like some information on that, because again, I don't think it's listed as one of the BB school sites to be renovated, right? So that would be, again, and I'm sure, I don't know if Mr. Noel is going to speak to that, but summer school, well, here's a question for Tuan. How are we finding this?
Dr. Rios, I believe there's a two-part question, so I'll try to address them both. Certain schools are going through Measure BB, but many of our schools go through regular maintenance. For example, I believe the work being done at Hawaiian Elementary this summer is the roofing, and that's outside of Measure BB, but that's, deferred maintenance that we have to do. So, and I believe a similar situation is at Ferguson, but for sure at Hawaiian, there'll be a roofing project going on this summer. So that's number one. Summer school, the funding would come from 2 parts. The ABC Excels would come from that separate fund, and that's the Extended Learning Opportunity Program school program, where we have to provide 30 additional school days on top of the 180 days during the school year for 9 hours a day. So that's through the Expanded Learning Opportunity Program. The second part, the regular summer school for intervention, is come out of the LCAP. So there's 2 funding sources, the LCAP and the Expanded Learning Opportunity Program.
Which is probably why my questions, right? Because I feel like we have certain populations that are incredibly vulnerable to, we saw it in the data when it comes to learning loss, when it comes to learning recovery, the reason we were funded. And I'm concerned that we don't have them on certain ends of the districts. For the middle schools, I see Tetzlaff and I see Carmenita, but again, are our students that will be attending FEDI going to, are the families equipped to be able to travel across town to get to these schools, the students that would otherwise attend Haskell and Ross? So I don't know if we've considered that, but, I'm concerned that a lot of these students who desperately probably could benefit from these programs, location is going to be an issue.
Unfortunately, the other school, FEDI Middle School, this summer, they're going to go through the Measure BB renovation. So we have to work with what's available. But as mentioned in the presentation, the priority is given to the UDP students. I want to make sure the community understand that. Those are low income and English learners. So they have first priority into all of these programs. And foster youth, that's the third component.
Which may face the barrier of transportation, so are we going to accommodate that? Can we provide busing?
We do have transportation over the summer. Yes.
Okay.
Yes. We do have I'm sorry.
I don't
assuming
know-
that.
I don't know
yes,
that.
Yes, we have that.
Okay, that would be important. Thank you.
Our next one will be our board clerk, Mr. Nayola.
Thank you, President Say. I just want to start by thank you guys for the wonderful presentation. You guys got me excited about possibly wanting to register myself for summer school. But yeah, I do want to echo, I'm glad that we cleared up. I was going to ask about transportation for students, and I'm glad that the migrant education is going to be at Ferguson, because I know that there is a big population of migrant students. And like you mentioned, we are the number 1. We have the most migrant education students in the whole county. So I'm glad that, we are focusing that at Ferguson. And one question I do have, so will we be rotating the schools in the next year, or is my first time working with summer schools?
Yeah, as I mentioned before, we work in partnership. We look at the construction schedules, what's available. Like we said, some of it's deferred maintenance, some of it's Measure BB. And so we do try to alternate, but because of certain schedules, we always try to make sure that we're either close or somewhere in the middle zone so that families from both ends of the district can come. So it's like middle school, summer school, we always try to make sure it alternates between Teslop and Haskell pending construction, as well as normally having it at Fetty. This year's just a little different because of the construction, so we had to make some adjustments. But yeah, we do try to rotate locations depending on the construction schedule and availability of physical spaces, because we also have to keep in mind the physical space that's available for a lot of these exciting programs.
All right, thank you, guys. Thank you.
Next one, Vice President Mr. Nishii.
Yeah, thank you, Madam President. So really quick, regarding the Elementary Summer Academy, that's for helping kids get ahead. So that goes from June 10th to July 10th. And I guess ABC Excels goes from June 10th to July 24th. So I guess when they're done with the Summer Learning Academy, then they would go to the Excels potentially?
They can continue going to Excels for now the entire day. So if they go for the first 20 days in the Elementary Summer Academy, after they finish the Summer Academy at 12 o'clock, they can go to ABC Excels just like a regular normal day. And then when Summer Learning Academy ends on July 10th, starting July 11th, they can go to ABC Excels the full day for the remaining couple weeks.
Right, and some kids are going to the ABC Excels the entire time.
Exactly.
Right.
So there's a lot of moving pieces, but we're going to make sure that kids get to where they need to go.
That's pretty complicated. You know, I thought it was pretty cool. It's like teaching kids where their food comes from. It doesn't come from a grocery store. It comes from a farm. So that's a good practical thing to teach kids over the summer. And one more really quick thing. I noticed that everything goes to July 26th, which is like maximizing everything. So that's really good. But do I have it wrong? Does the middle school just go to July 3rd?
Well, middle school and secondary starts a little earlier, so our dates are going to be different. So we have 20 days for middle school, like the other programs, and then we have 24 days for high school.
Okay, so like this one says June 5th to July 3rd, and this other one goes June 6th, 3 days more, to July 26th.
Yes, because we're required at high school to have the 24 days.
Oh, so it's more days in high school. Okay. But the elementary school goes to the same day almost. It goes from June 10th to July 24th. So that's more, is that?
So that's for ABC Excels. So that's because of the extra day requirements for the Expanded Learning Opportunities Program. So
Yes, so the Summer Learning Academy will be from June 10th to July 10th. And then the Migrant Educational Program will then pick up after that ends, so July 15th to July 26th.
Okay, and just the reason, because like sometimes families have multiple generations of their kids, and so some of the kids will be off if they're at Carmenita. If they're in middle school, right? They'll be done by July 3rd. And
absolutely.
Some of them will be done July 26th. So what do they do with their middle school? Can the middle school kids go to this ABC Excels or no? Not really, right?
not at this time, yes.
So then parents are going to have to figure out what they're going to do between July 3rd and July 26th that they have kids of different ages, right? Okay, and I guess there's some programs with the city, so, okay. Thank you.
Okay, next one will be Board Member Mrs. Yu.
Thank you, President Say. So ABC Excel summer programs runs from June 10th, July 24th, 6 weeks, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Yes.
And the focus is going to be on STEM, VAPA.
So academic enrichment, so physical recreation, the VAPA is the visual arts, performing arts. A lot of it is kind of also centered with like youth clubs. So things that are driven by youth voice and choice. So some of the things that they're interested in, and then we'll be weaving some other pieces in there.
So this one is not free for all of them. It's
Not
only-
free for all. It's free for our unduplicated pupils, just like we do it for the regular
Yeah.
school year. Our UDP students are free, as well as the students that come from our 11 schools that are funded through After-School Education Safety Grant. And so all of those students are free, whether or not they're UDP, but because of that funding source. And then the rest of the students, if they're not unduplicated pupils, then there is a fee that we would normally assess for them.
So this program and then the Summer Learning Academy is
Two different programs.
But the funding for ABC Excels
is Has a through the stronger funding? It's through the Expanded Learning Opportunities Program. I don't know.
Think of one program and
Yeah.
follow another
Yeah.
program.
Okay.
It's different, yeah. So the reason why I ask is, I know STEM has some academic math, in there, but if we can focus on math and English, always math and English, and have a strong math program, I think the students will really benefit, especially in the elementary level. Especially for those students who kind of, fell behind or are in need, what kind of math program is the plans out there?
I can help answer that. That is why we wanted to integrate the program, because with the different funding sources, there's different requirements. So with our LCAP funds, we are able to open it up to a broader source of students and to really focus on English and math, because that is part of student achievement is one of the metric outcomes that we want to measure. For the Extended Learning Opportunities Program, one of that is enrichment. It's not just to focus on tutoring or homework or English and math. We have to provide and follow the guidelines, which causes, this is why we're trying to integrate and do VAPA and other ways where we incorporate things like reading, writing, and math in those programs, but we do it in a fun, enriching way. So it does require that be different than your typical summer school. So the point of integrating the two programs was so that students can get the benefit of both, right? So that they don't have to pick one or the other and say, well, I'm just going to go to this one, or I'm just going to go to this one. They can actually benefit by going to one and then going to the other, and not having to make that choice of which way they're going to experience that learning.
The reason why I'm asking is because I know that in the past, summer school has been more for like students who need that extra help, right? But if we have the funding, it would be really ideal to have provide a really good quality math and English program for those elementary school students. And if we can get a hold of the curriculum or the program in advance, that would be helpful to the board. Yeah. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you. I just want to ask you, do you have like table manner class for the children? I remember you used to have that, right?
We don't have that yet.
You don't have that yet. It's really important to me that, we're not talking about, I know board members used to always say academic, English, math. But I also think the kids also need the other side of life, which is like proper manner. Sit down, dinner, which the fork and spoon. I remember my kids learn how to do it. And there are also other programs like gardening during the summer.
So that is also part of the enrichment piece. We have
Yes.
several schools that are creating their own gardens at their schools through the ABCUSD program. Some of the things that we have, a hydroponic garden system at a few of our sites that,
Yes.
that will continue to roll out during the summer. So
You have a company that has really wonderful program right now. You also have real good one, Nema's one right now. I went to visit company that last Tuesday, and I also went to Nema's the other day. They have really great. So, but anyway, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Women empower you. You did a great job in here. Thank you for leading
Thank you.
tonight. Thank you. Let us know the summer program. Thank you. Okay, may I have a motion to approve the agenda for the regular meeting on March 6, 2024? Motion and second, please.
Second.
Thank you. All in favor, please, aye.
Aye.
The motion passed 7-0. Approved minutes. May I have a motion to approve the minutes of the regular meeting of February 20, 2024? I need a motion and second.
Second.
Thank you. All in favor, please, aye.
Aye.
The motion passed 7-0. Okay, thank you. So there were agenda, also for tonight, it should be okay. So on the approved minutes, there'll be 6-0. One absent. Thank you for reminding me. Well, next one is my report. Well, the last 2 weeks, it was quite busy for me. So I will have quite a bit to share with you tonight. First, I want to thank the members of School Facilities Capacity and the Client Enrollment Ad Hoc Committee for their work over the past 9 months. They have met monthly and spent 2 evenings at town hall meeting, listening to our community share their thoughts about possible school closures. At their February meeting, they moved forward with the decision not to close school. They will complete a report to the board with other potential ways to deal with the impact of declining enrollment on our school. Again, thank you, committee members, for your work. I have been very busy since our last board meeting, as I just mentioned a few minutes ago. On February 21st, I attended the grand opening of the new administration building at Cerritos College. Later that day, I attend premiere of Cerritos Auto Square documentary. The Auto Square dealers have a long history of supporting our school and ABC Education Foundation. I also had a chance sit one of the manager from Dutch auto company, and I say, hey, we need a fund, we need money, we need a grant from you. It was just straightforward. He was so funny. He was at the table, we had a great time. And he said, yeah, sure. So I'm going to give it to you, Tuan, to go ask if they can give us more donations. He said, yeah, but if you need my help, I'll go visit him. He gave me the card. So on February 22nd, I attended Formosa Senior Association event at Cerritos Senior Center. I want to thank you, Superintendent, Dr. Zillow, for joining me. I was late because I had to work that day. On February 23rd, I attended a round-the-world event at Nixon Academy, and I was so impressed by the student performance. Later, I know joined with me at the time board member Mr. Beach and Mr. Board Vice President Mr. Nishii. And later that evening, I was at Artesia High School cheer the girls soccer team in their champion game. It was great to have Vice President Mr. Nishii, Clerk Mr. Nayola, Dr. Rios, Dr. Zillow, and Dr. Lewis joined me at the game. But I also want to say Scott Smith, Mr. Smith also there, our communication officer. I mean, thank you, always being everywhere and, taking pictures. You make sure we shine on us. I really appreciate. And you post the pictures there and work for us. I really want to thank you so much. I don't know how can we do without you. You are so important to us. Thank you. But I also want to thank the members of the Hawaiian Garden City Council who attend the game, including Mayor Victor Farfan. On February 24, I attended Cerritos Chinese Senior Associate event. I would like to thank Supervisor Janice Hong for attending that event, and she was singing on top of the world with us. I was telling the people, I told Linda Johnson, councilwoman at Cerritos, I said, I didn't know she can sing. It was a good voice there. And she was so excited, it was on YouTube actually, I was told. So on February the 27th, I visited Comunidad Middle School, learning more about school garden economic program. I really want to apologize tonight. I only have like 2 hours sleep last night. On February the 28th, attending ABC Education Foundation Donor Recognition and Grant Award event and brought some potential donors. I am so proud of the support the Educational Foundation provides to our school. They gave over $65,000 in grant to our school this year, especially Toyota. Last night, I attended Cerritos College Chinese Cultural Program, learning more about the program and study about opportunity for students. I want to thank Cerritos College trustee Dr. Xin Lu for her continued partnership with our district. Finally, I want to give you our ABC Adult School Cosmetology program. A big shout out for that. I had my nail done. I also had pedicure, and we need to support them. I also put some flyer there for your wife or for yourself. They do nails. They're like $20 outside, $60. So I've been calling the people. I know I sent a picture to Scott for my pedicure after that. It was beautiful. So I recommend Mr. Beach bring your wife there, okay, for her birthday. Not you though, for your wife. It was good, really good. And I know Mr. Nayola has a haircut. And we noticed last meeting, he said, wow, you look good today, Sansam. And then we also have Mr. President Nishii went to for facial and haircut. It was really good. I encourage all our district staff should go there. I know Dr. Zillow had a nail done. She was so concerned. She said, I don't want the color, just plain color. People told me the story. But I want to thank you. Principal Nancy did a great job and welcome us to be there. I also brought my friend, Dr. Conte, went with me. We all enjoyed our evening, a woman's date that day. She had a haircut, nail done, pedicure done. I have my nail and my pedicure all done. I want to thank them. And I do have flyer once again. Please pick up the flyer. And there's the prices on there on our salon services. So, so they did a great job. And their prices are very good. As I said, I have some flyers on the table. Please, please, take one flyer and take home and make appointments. You don't have to make appointments, just walk-in services there, okay? I think this is my report for tonight. Thank you very much. I know, I need a coffee with caffeine there. Thank you. And next one, it will be our, I believe it should be our president report, right? I mean, our superintendent report.
Yes, thank you. Well, good evening, everyone. Just some things that we've been working on since our last meeting. In the area of like learning and growth for students, we did work with our extended cabinet on developing our new LCAP for next year, and our focus this time was on our students with disabilities and ensuring that we have the best supports and services for our students who do things differently sometimes because of how they are abled. We had a meeting with all of our district leadership team members to update them on things happening, as well as LCAP, and gathering feedback from them on where we're going in our next 3-year local control accountability plan for the state. And then, of course, I met, as I do before every board meeting, with our student board reps, just to walk them through the agenda and see if there are items that they want to make comment on or cast a preferential vote on. In the area of collaborative culture of teaching and learning, I was able to attend a schoolyard rap assembly at Palms, and got to visit all of the activities happening at the Introduce a Girl to Engineering Day for middle school young ladies that was held at Gar High School. Both those events were a lot of fun, and students were very engaged. In addition, we did another meeting with a group of 6 principals around their single plans and progress they are making and working with students this year. And then I got to do a read aloud at Gonzalez, which was a lot of fun. The little kids liked the book about making dragons. It was fun. In the area of just collaborating with our families and educational partners, it was very exciting to be out at a CIF finals game for girls soccer with Artesia, and then girls and boys basketball. A big thank you to the CIF Southern section. They did an excellent job of ensuring that we could go to all of those games if we needed to. They made sure there was no conflict between girls soccer and basketball, and they shifted the basketball game. So girls and boys basketball played one game after the other at the same facility, which they didn't have to pay attention to that, but they did, so I was thankful. I also attended the Black Family Circle event where they recognized Black educators in ABC Unified, and it was really a nice evening and a good space for our teachers to see one another and realize that there are a number of African American and Black teachers and educators throughout our district working with our schools and our students. A big thank you to the Seroptimists, who once again held their Dream It, Be It event for young women. This year it was at Gar High School. Great event at helping young women to think about who they are and how to empower not only themselves but one another. And then, of course, I was at the Ed Foundation event, and thankful for the partnership of Toyota to do some really large grant amounts for schools to do some really big projects. It was really nice. So that is my report.
Thank you. Thank you. That will be the next one with student board representatives from our Winnie High School. We have Mr. Alice Chan and Eunice Liu. I hope you don't have test tomorrow. Do you have a test tomorrow? No, good. So you can sleep early today.
Good evening, President Say, Vice President Nishii, Clerk Noyola, distinguished board members, Superintendent Dr. Zietlow, cabinet members, and community members. My name is Eunice Liu, and this is Alex Chang, and we're from Whitney High School. First, we would like to highlight the different opportunities for Whitney students to visit possible colleges they would like to apply to and attend. During spring break, our college and career team will be taking 50 kids to an overnight West Coast college tour trip, touring UC Berkeley, Stanford, Cal Poly St. Louis Obispo, and more. Our Older Buddy program had also recently had a field trip to USC with middle school younger buddies and 10th and 11th grade older buddies all touring the school. Our College and Career Center has also held our Prep Dial at UCLA. PREP, which stands for Filipino Recruitment and Enrichment Program, annual DIAL, standing for Day in the Life, is a high school conference in which 200 to 250 high school students from Los Angeles County from underrepresented and underprivileged backgrounds are provided the opportunity to spend a day at UCLA. DIAL aims to offer high school students within the Los Angeles area insight to contemporary college life, encourage them that higher education is an accessible path, and provide academic resources to help them attain it. This year, Whitney High School took over 40 students to UCLA in order to participate in this highly anticipated event. Whitney High School is also renowned for its exceptional academic performance and innovative approach to education. The State Superintendent of Public Instruction, Tony Thurmond, has recently announced that Whitney is one of 293 middle and high schools to have been selected for the prestigious 2024 California Distinguished School Award. This distinguished award is given by the California State Board of Education, and Whitney is being recognized for exceptional student performance based off of academic exemplary performance in English language arts and math, reducing suspensions, and demonstrating high graduation rates. Whitney has also held 2 theater productions, Catch Me If You Can, Anything Goes, and will hold Sweeney Todd later this semester, allowing many of Whitney's students to express their creativity on our stage. We have also had our open house on February 1st to show Whitney parents the hard work that we have all been putting into our academic classes and also in our clubs and school organizations. In addition, we'll be hosting our first ABC Film Festival in Whitney's Grace Hu Auditorium later this month. There will be an art walk, the ABC District Band playing music, and food trucks available. Students will be submitting 3 to 5 minute films and can choose between a music video film, short story, promotional, and more. This past Friday, on March 1st, our TEDx Club also hosted the TEDx Whitney High Conference, where we had speakers of all ages and backgrounds share their story revolving around this year's theme, which was space. Speakers included students from Whitney High School, Cerritos High School, Culver City High School, and Haskell Middle School. This year, we even had our first ever elementary speaker, 6th grader Amelie Eugenio from Leal Elementary School. We have also had adult speakers that included Whitney's very own physics and AI teacher, Mr. Matt Johnson, Whitney Hall of Fame inductee, Mr. Brian Tom, and CEO of RM 101 Media Group, Mrs. Rachel Medina. All of these speakers shared their inspiring stories that moved all of the listeners in the crowd.
On February 28th, ASB also held our first Welch, which stands for Whitney Elementary Leadership Conference Hooray, since 2019. I actually headed this event where we had nearly 200 elementary school students from 17 different elementary schools across the district. Students participated in fun competitions and rotated through 6 different stations where they learned leadership skills through interactive activities. On February 23rd, all of our school teachers, staff, and administration held our Faculty Follies event, which consisted of funny performances by teachers that ranged from singing to dances to parodies. Watching all of our staff was so much fun, and most importantly, the money made from this event was used to fundraise for our senior scholarships. We also recently held our homecoming basketball game on January 22nd against Pioneer High School. This year was the first time in our school's history that we also had a homecoming dance following our game. The dance was held at House of Blues in Anaheim, where we had a record student attendance for our winter dance with nearly 300 students, around half of our high school students present. At Whitney High School, we recognize the importance of equitable access to academic success, particularly in subjects like math. That's why we've established tutoring between the bells, supported by TutorZone. 7th and 8th grade students at Whitney can receive personalized support and guidance to excel in mathematics. Staffed by qualified tutors, the Tutor Zone offers one-on-one assistance, group study sessions, and resources tailored to meet the diverse needs of our student body. By fostering a supportive and inclusive learning environment, Whitney empowers all students to reach their full potential and achieve academic success. Whitney is also running their Back to Blue campaign this year for the California School Dashboard. Currently, our status is green, but with this year's upcoming state testing for our 7th, 8th, and 11th graders, we're working hard to get our back to blue status, so let's wish them all good luck. The upcoming middle school STEM Olympics this year will take place on March 23rd, 2024, and is hosted by Whitney High School. This event allows ABCUSD students across the district to participate in events showcasing their STEM knowledge, from building towers out of spaghetti noodles to keeping an egg safe in a crash. Many thanks to the Cerritos Optimist Club for continuing to support this event. It is a pleasure to share all of the events happening at Whitney with the board and ABCUSD community. Thank you for your time and have a wonderful evening.
Thank you very much. And do we have any comment here? But do you want to introduce your principal here?
Oh yeah, we have our principal here, Dr. Stoffers. She was actually part of our Faculty Follies activity event.
She always is supporting you folks, I was told by the Whitney High School students. Thank you, Dr. Tuesday. Anyone else is here at Whitney staff?
Yes, we have, oh,
They gone already. They were there in the back, I saw them. But anyway,
yes.
thank you.
And then we had,
So we do have, I'm sorry, now I see this, we have some board member who would like to make some comment. We have first one with Vice President Mr. Nishii.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. So if any of you have gotten to see the TEDx at Whitney, it's one of those amazing programs where you have a 10-year-old and a 50-year-old, all both on the stage, both being able to express themselves in an amazing way. And this is one of the great forums that Whitney is able to bring out in our students. Thoughtful dialogue about important issues that face everyone, from career all the way down to a 10-year-old. So I thought that was a very amazing program and very good. And also your film festival is pretty, I think this is your second year, but I think it will probably be a lot different. So I look forward to that as well.
Next one, board member, Miss Yu.
Thank you, President Say. Eunice and Alex, thank you very much for staying until 9 o'clock. We had so many recognitions and events today. Thank you for your well thought out presentation and reporting to us. Whitney is very special. Many families from all over California and the nation are attracted to Whitney and move into this district. You know, it's a real, source of attraction, and hopefully we'll keep up the tradition. You know, Whitney has been #1 ranked high school in California for many, many years. So hopefully we'll keep up with that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well done. Next one is a public comment. Do we have any? Oh, what? Oh, sorry. Do we have employee representative reports? No, sorry. Next one, public comments.
Thank you, Madam President. Persons wishing to address the board should fill out a card located on the table by the door and place it in the silver tin. Speakers will be called in sequence during public comments section, which is limited to 1 hour, and each speaker to presentation of 5 minutes unless the board wishes to waive the time limit. Those who have a group concern are encouraged to select a spokesperson to address the board. Please remember that the board is unable to directly respond to comments made during public comment section, and neither the board nor district staff can verify the accuracy of the statements made during public comments. Persons wishing to address the board on a specific agenda item at the time the item is under discussion are limited to 5 minutes each and will be called to speak following the staff comments and prior to the board discussion and taking action. Adverse remarks about a person's race, ancestry, ethnic group identification, religion, color, national origin, sex, sexual orientation, gender, mental or physical disability, or age may not be made. Up first, we have Cacao Wheaton, followed by Julie Kim.
I write that back. Good evening, board members. Madam Say,
thank you.
Good to see you again. Vice President Nishi and Clerk Nyola, members of the board, Dr. Zietlow, Superintendent. Normally, I would invert all of that and I would make grade school teachers first, but that would be a violation of protocol. The grade school teachers, to me, that's the supreme profession. I'm here tonight to thank the chair of the ad hoc committee that established the moratorium on school closure. The primary reason I cite that and took the time to come out is to give the board itself and that committee recognition. Far too often, all over the world, but particularly in the United States, people are not heard. And January 6th was not just an anomaly. It was a result of people feeling they're not heard. And when people are not heard, the frustration builds, like 1965 in Los Angeles and Watts. And there becomes an acting out. I'm supremely impressed with the ABC Unified School District Board of Education and the ad hoc committee to actually listen to people and to take a potentially militant, perhaps contentious situation and ameliorate it, deconflict it. I was thoroughly impressed. I'm a prodigy of the 1960s and 70s, so I know what can happen when things break out into conflagration. May I say to you, I'm probably at least one of the oldest people in this room. Not many people are here over 70. I heard board member you mention RTD. Ma'am, you kind of dated yourself. No one in here would know what RTD stood for. But to say that, to say this, ladies and gentlemen, when contention breaks into conflict or conflagration, you can never put the group, the society, the community back together the way it was. It just doesn't work that way. You have a very cohesive community here in Cerritos. Having lived in the monstrosity of Manhattan, even worse, Los Angeles, knowing what it's like when people are not heard, the system then has to deal with the acting out. When it reaches a certain point, then it breaks apart. You never can put it back together again the way it was before. So by having Dr. Zietlow bring the video clip in between those town hall meetings, that move was just par excellent in deconflicting a potentially explosive situation. As I wind down my comments, I cannot stress to you the glamour of your decision. It should be entered into the record in italics what you did, because you will have to at some point recall what you decided this year, because you'll need it again. And the idea of policymakers and or power brokers who actually listened. And again, in those town hall meetings, there was not one voice of dissent to say close the school. Every single presenter asked and requested that the schools not be closed, and you listened. And finally, the chair of the ad hoc committee, I believe it was Vice President Nishi, I'm not sure. No, okay, but there was another gentleman. I apologize. But I watched that committee. Every single member of that committee, their nonverbal indicated active listening. Active listening. Active listening. And then they took all of that back to the board. The board rendered a decision that, in my view, was actually brought tears to my eyes, because I come out of that era where the system didn't listen. They did not listen. You listened. And so I took the time to come out representing myself, but perhaps the empathy of other community members share this view. I respect you, and forgive me for not dressing for the part before this distinguished body. I'll never do that again. But again, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I appreciate you. Thank you.
Up next, we have Julie Kim, followed by Steven Sodders.
Hello, board members. I do want to actually thank one person in particular on the board. This person came to the town hall meeting, got a lot of fiery comments directed at them, and it was really disheartening, the misunderstandings that were directed toward them. And I thought, this person didn't need to be here. Many other people maybe had other things to do also, but did not show up. But this person showed up. And it was very difficult. And then there was another town hall meeting, and the same person showed up. It's a true mark of leadership. And I would say, you were there, and people rained down fire on your head, but you were gracious, and you were empathetic, even when you were accused of not being empathetic. And I did not believe up to that point that there was with so much, there was even that much courage and bravery could be shown, and to then again come again when you did not need to. So I want to thank Board President Say for demonstrating that kind of leadership in a very, very tough situation. Because leadership is not when it's easy and the awards are given out and fancy people are there. Leadership is when the people don't feel heard, and they feel angry, and they feel disappointed, and their children are crying, and you're the only one with ears to listen, and you were there. So thank you so much for being there despite what was heading towards you. The other thing I'd like to say is for Declining Enrollment Committee, I've been attending every single committee meeting since the announcement on those little postal cards in October, every single one except one. And I acknowledge that it is a difficult problem for the Declining Enrollment Committee had faced, but in actuality, La Cañada, Flint Ridge, and a whole bunch of other wealthier, more accomplished school districts are a net importer of students. There's no reason why ABC would also not be a net importer of students from around our district. And in that sense, I do want to say that I would suggest to the Declining Enrollment Committee and to the board to readdress or refocus the measuring of how these schools are measured, to really identify who is having the success and what are the factors that creates the success. For example, I found out that the LCAP score is aggregated between absolute and improvement numbers, and absolute scores are basically a social policy, and sociologists and education policy people will acknowledge that it's pretty much a correlation between socioeconomic class and absolute scores. I think we need to disaggregate those two and understand what the improvement is. I know at my personal school, I've taken the scores and I did a trend line, two-year moving average, 3-year moving average, 4-year moving average. I did trend lines, and they're not in a positive slope, I would say generously. I would say that that's not the case. So it only tells part of the story. I would also like to say that student enrollment should be another factor. Also, there should be true evaluation of how parents and students feel about their schools and how it's treated. Also, the retention of staff also reflects a kind of, every manager knows when you have high turnover, it's not all the people, it's the management. So staff turnover should be an important factor to consider. And there are places in this district where parents are very cooperating very closely and happy with their school administrations. And I would say maybe if we could see them as case studies at Nixon, Bragg, and Nimitz, it could be beneficial to identifying the sort of net attractors that might make the ABC School District fulfill its true potential as a net importer of students like La Cañada, Flint Ridge. Thank you.
Next, we have Stephen Souders, followed by Mary Bueno.
Members of the board, President Say, Dr. Zeitlo, Clerk Noyola, I feel like I wasn't being formal enough before. I was impressed by the gentleman before, and I'm like, I've got to address everyone formally. Thank you all for being here. I wanted to say that I got a chance to participate at the LCAP presentation at Carver, and I wanted to thank Dr. Castro and Mr. Watson for an excellent presentation and process. We got to, share a lot of ideas in different areas, and it was a wonderful experience all around. The only thing I would say was it was so good that I would love for that experience to be possible, to be replicated. I know it's a big lift, but to be replicated per school site, and to bring in, if you could bring in the principal, bring in the faculty, and bring in the parents and students, like bring all the stakeholders together on that kind of process, you could achieve the sort of, again, great things that we were doing at the LCAP for the district, but achieve it at the school site level. I know that at present, the only place where we can get principal, teachers, parents, and not students usually, unfortunately, but together is a PTA meeting. But at a PTA meeting, the topics of, can we get a longer lunchtime next year? Would the staff vote on that? Or, could we try this extracurricular, or, could we change this policy? Those policies are strictly embargoed. They are not, they're PTA, for what it's worth, it could be different in different PTAs, but PTA is strictly a forum for, let's fundraise for the things and priorities we have, and I'm all for that. We've got an e-board meeting tomorrow, and I'm looking forward to, like getting the balls and the things that, the playground equipment, all of it. Like, all of those things are awesome, and every single person who volunteers their time is wonderful. But again, if we could make the LCAP process replicable at the school site level, I think you could get more of the buy-in that we were talking about. It actually hadn't been the first thing that I was going to mention, but I wanted to say that it was a really excellent process, and I wanted to thank everyone involved and say that I would love for it to be replicated as much as humanly possible. The thing, is that 3 minutes? It was 3? Okay, good. I didn't catch that. The thing I was going to share is my favorite movie. Well, one of my favorite movies. If you haven't all seen it, you really should see Groundhog Day. It's Bill Murray at his best. I think pretty close to at his best. And if you haven't seen it, he lives the same day for 30 years. And living the same day for 30 years, like, eventually he becomes a better person, but also by the end of it, for, 5 or 10 years, he's just living, doing his very best, day in, day out, knowing that the next day he's going to have to get up and do it all over again. And I think that's like a great metaphor for public service. So I hope you all don't feel like it's Groundhog Day, even though this winter feels like it will never end. That's the other bit. We don't have the snow, but the rain, man. I'm all about it for the drought, but I would happily see it wrap up sometime soon. I mentioned Groundhog Day because I have shared with you all before that my daughter has an individually assigned seat at lunch. And this is a policy that I think could make sense during the pandemic when you need to do contact tracing. But in our second full school year back from the pandemic, I think that having an individually assigned school seat at lunch every day, same kids, same place, does not offer a really full opportunity to socialize freely. It's not a chance to unwind. It's not a school situation it's not something that I would want. I don't think any of you would want it. And I mentioned that in addition at lunch, students still need to ask permission to throw away trash, get a drink of water, or use the restroom. And I've heard, at least I've seen one defense of that level of regimentation is necessary. I disagree with the argument, but at least it was made. I have yet to encounter an argument about why it is that they're still individually assigned seats. And I know it's not consistent across all classes, because I know that there's a cool 4th grade teacher who kind of lets his kids sit where they want to. But I would like it to be everywhere because, I mentioned the Groundhog Day because I presented this at the school site in August. And I presented it in September, and I presented it in October, and I shared with you all in, December and January and February, and here we are at March. And I would just, for all the students, it's a little thing, but a phone call, and then an email or 2 phone calls, like, really should be able to just wrap it up. I mean, I think it's something that, if I'm being generous, in the best case scenario, it's just gotten overlooked and overlooked and overlooked. In the worst case scenario, if folks think it's a good policy, I, again, respectfully disagree. But I present it to you all to say that, again, I hope that we can just make one of these little changes for the students. So thank you all for your time, and I hope that, again, it doesn't feel like Groundhog Day for all of you. Have a great day.
Next, we have Mary Bueno.
Yes, good evening. Well, I just want to, I guess, identify myself a little bit. I went to Bloomfield Elementary School, which no longer exists. Okay, I also went to Killingsworth, which is now Fetty. I graduated from Artesia, went to Cerritos, went to Long Beach State, and I'm back here in Hawaiian Gardens again. So our family, or my family, came here, I say in 56, but my brother says it was 55. So I think I'm the oldest person here today. Also, after Long Beach State, I managed to pass the California State Bar. I also managed to, I guess it was a coup d'etat, to be appointed to the Inglewood Unified School District School Board, the first Mexican-American board member, given that it was, at that time, for a long time, African-American primarily board members. I've been, not sucked in, but I've been told about the situation here in regards to the declining enrollment, quote unquote, situation with the 6 schools in the school district. I attended the this town hall meetings, the Hawaiian Gardens City Council meeting, and the most recent ad hoc committee meeting. Now, I think you have a tremendous opportunity here to, besides listening, which the ad hoc committee did listen and did make the recommendation that no schools be closed at this point, that there should be a study as to what can be done to help or to alleviate or to bring in more students from elsewhere. Now, at the Hawaiian Gardens City Council meeting, I learned that apparently we've lost, or the school district has lost, 2,000 students over the past couple of years or so, but that it has gained 2,800 outside district students. So the math there seems to me to be 800 plus, which may or may not be true. I mean, that's what I learned at that point. So it can be done. And I think that from what I saw at the ad hoc committee, the diversity that was there, the interest that was there from community members, from the parents, that something should be able to be done to help those schools that need help from or by schools that don't need help. One of the things that was brought up was the school policy of the center being able to change from one school to another within the district as the parent wishes, rather than having community schools and having the parents or the communities within those school areas that are close to the school to attend the schools. So the thought was that that may have and does contribute to the declining enrollment to certain schools, because instead of the parents sending them there, they go elsewhere. Now, one of the questions I have here in regards to your closed session comments had to do with conference with real property negotiations or negotiator. What is that? Are you buying property? Are you selling school property? What is that? What are the details, or, you know, what's the information there? The other thing that I wanted to mention is that you know that in real estate, when people are looking for property or places to buy, especially with their new families, they look for the school district, and that's where they go to, and that's where they buy their property to be able to send their kids to that school district. Now, if it comes out that people have moved into this district in order for that to happen, and the schools are going to be closed, or they're not going to be around in a couple of years, you're going to scare away people rather than bringing people in with children. There are a lot of other issues that I can mention and will mention at another point, but thank you very much. I hope that you do consider really doing something and showing other school districts that there's another way to resolve this issue and this problem other than just closing schools. Thank you.
Are there any other public comments? Yeah, can you just please fill out a card? You can do it after.
Okay. Hi, my name is Stephanie Kubacha. I'm an Artesia resident, and my son is currently a kindergarten student in Kennedy. So I have attended both of the town halls, and I attended the last ad hoc committee meeting. But what I really wanted to share with the board was an anecdotal experience that one of my son's, one of his former TK classmates and a current kindergarten classmate, they filled out their school of choice forms once they heard that Kennedy might be closing. And they were able to now move to, one of them's going to Whitman, and I think one of them is going to Elliott. Both their schools not on the list, and I know that Whitman is one of the schools that is like over enrollment. They have a much higher enrollment. So I worry that there's a bit of a self-fulfilling prophecy here, that by having these schools be listed so early, we are going to see a declining enrollment in schools that are already low. So I really hope that the board takes that into consideration when you're making your further determinations about what you're going to do regarding declining enrollment. And not an anecdote, but something that is real. My husband and I are Bellflower, like we grew up in Bellflower. We moved to Artesia. We bought a home really close to Kennedy, specifically because ABC has this great reputation. And I have a son who's supposed to start TK just this year. And now I'm wondering, is this something that we need to reconsider, considering I don't know where my kids will be going to school in a couple of years. And I know I'm not the only parent who's having this issue. So please consider that, because I know that while the children, I don't believe are just numbers to you, it feels like that to us. It feels like that's what you think of them. So thank you.
Last call for public comments. All right, public comments is now closed.
May I have a motion to approve the consent? May I have a motion to approve the consent calendar? I need a motion and second.
Second.
Anyone who wishes to remove any item to be considered separately, do we have any? Okay, if none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Motion passes 7-0. Now we're going to action items. Okay. May I have a motion to adopt Resolution 23-19 to release the following employment non-reelect temporary certificate employee per Education Code 44954. By motion and second.
So moved.
You're in your second?
Dr. Fraser.
Thank you, President Say. Annually, we bring forward our temporary release of our certificated employees, and so I bring this list as presented to the board.
Thank you, sir. Do we have any public comments?
I do not see any.
Any discussion here? If not, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion passed 7-0. Next one, action item 22-20, 2.3-A, by motion of publicly disclosure the tentative agreement with ABC Federation of Teacher Local Number 2317, California Federation of Teachers, American Federation of Teacher AFL-CIO in accordance with the provisions AB 1200, conduct public hearing on the components of disclosure. May I have a motion and second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Tuan.
Thank you, President Say. Good evening. So this is a public disclosure of the cost of the tentative agreement that the board is about to consider, which is item 2.4A. So under AB 1200, as require school districts to disclose the cost of any tentative agreement that the board might enter into, and this chief financial officer and the superintendent have to certify that the district have the financial resources to afford this tentative agreement. So on page 38 of your board book, the tentative agreement to be entered into with ABCFT, which is the ABC Federation of Teachers, call for a 4.5% on schedule increase and a 3.72% one-time off schedule pay. The cost, the ongoing cost is $5,429,520. The one-time cost is $345,217 on page 38. So that's a requirement that we have to disclose the cost. We have to certify that we can afford this for this year and the next 2 years. So as presented by to the board is the disclosure of the cost.
Thank you. Do we have any public comment?
I do not see any.
Back to the board discussion. I know our Vice President, Mr. Nishii, has some questions or comments.
Yes. So I know that this does show that you're able to do this, but on page 42 of this report, operating surplus or deficit, it has a parentheses 4.903,225. Does that mean we're having an operating deficit of 4,900,000?
No, sir. So the column you need to look at on that page is column 4, not column 2.
Column 4.
So the same line, it will show that we are anticipating the operating, I don't want to say surplus, but that's what it says, of $256,884. You see the column 4? The same line?
Yes, yes, yes.
So that's the net result, right? Column 2 is just the cost. It's not in the budget of these negotiations. And then column 3 is any other adjustments, and then column 4 is the net result.
Okay. So at the bottom of it, it's like we started with the latest board approved budget is 29 million. I think that's the unassigned unappropriated amount. So that's what we have is kind of our cushion, or is that not it?
That would be our reserve, correct?
That is our reserve. And at the end on column 4, it goes down to 26 million.
Correct.
So that's about 2 million.
There's other adjustment, but it has nothing to do with this agreement. This agreement, we still have a net increase of 256,000. Now, it did go down from column 1. If you look at column 1, without this agreement, we would have ended in the black of 2.9 million. So yes, there's that net decrease, but it's still a positive ending balance at the end of this year.
Correct.
For this particular year.
Correct. Right. Okay. So the other questions I have regarding the increase that we're providing, it's in line with the other districts in our area in terms of the percentage, like Downey or Norwalk.
I'll ask Dr. Frazier to answer that.
Yes, Vice President Ishii, the range that we're seeing with surrounding districts is 3 to 5%. So obviously there's some variables that go into that on schedule money, off schedule money, total compensation package. So you're not always comparing apples to apples. When we look at comparing districts, some districts have higher unduplicated counts and have obviously larger fund balances than ABC does. And so, but the general, in our surrounding districts, the gap is like 3% to 5%, and in between we were 4.5.
So we're right in the middle.
Correct.
Okay, so we're not like it's a high end, we're not on the low end. We're kind of in the middle and competitive
We have been competitive with the surrounding districts.
in terms
yes.
of the increases in the particular budget.
Correct.
Okay. So I think I was wondering about this. So the inflation rate last year, I guess the CPI was 3.1%, and then 2022 was 6.5%. But how does our increase relate to that?
Thank you for the question. So school districts' funds are not based on CPI, but a similar index called COLA, which is cost of living adjustments. So last year, COLA was 6.56%, and this year COLA is 8.22%, and that's coming in from the federal government and the state of California. So that's our funding changes to that. So that's how we're able to look at our programs and our where we are with negotiations and offer, what's in the agreement.
So we received this amount.
Correct.
And so that's why we can go out.
Correct. And it's COLA and it's not CPI, although it's similar.
Great. So because people are going to ask, why did you do this? I'm like, okay, I have to explain.
Yes.
It's based upon COLA. This is actually this is a cost of living increase.
It's a
that
cost of
everybody is
living
paying
adjustments.
in this country. So
correct.
Everything costs more, and because of that, the state of California granted us more, and we're paying more based upon that, right?
Well said. Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Thank you very much. All right, I think that's enough right now.
Next one will be our board member, Mr. B.
Thank you, Madam President. Mr. Tuan, this is my 4th year on the board, and I'm going to ask you the same question I've asked you every time regarding the budget and any raises. If the board approves this item, will the budget be balanced for this fiscal year, and we will still add to our reserves? Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you.
That is correct.
The next one will be our board member, Mrs. Yu.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, Sophia. Adding to Brad, board member Brad's question, my question is, one time is almost 4.3, 4.4 million, and then ongoing is 5.4. So when we continue this, are we going to be able to balance our fund the following years too?
I will speak to that at the second interim report, but to answer your question, next year, because of the COLA is coming in at less than 1%, because of the district declining enrollment, we will not be operating in the surplus next year. It will be in the negative.
It will be. How about the following year? So
It will
like
also
3
be
years?
negative.
It will be negative.
Correct.
Yeah. But even then, nonetheless, we want to support the teachers as much as possible because of the cost of living, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, because I understand, everything just went up. The gas, the housing. I mean, we all feel it when we go to the grocery market. So, yeah, it's a tough decision, but I think that we want to collaborate and do our best, right? And be competitive with the surrounding district, right?
Yes.
But we do need to let everyone know that this year we're going to be able to balance the fund, but the next following 2 years we're going to be in the negative. Yeah.
Based on the information that we have at this point, yes, ma'am.
Right. Yeah. And of course, it'll depend on California's overall economy and tax collected, right? So
Correct.
nobody knows. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am.
I was just wondering, more than ever, we need to be competitive in our pay to teachers and staff, and we want and respect the best to our staff. But like my colleague already said, we all just piggyback board member Ms. Beach and Ms. Yu just said, we want to do the best we can, because compared to others, we'll stay in the middle, not too high, not too low. But however, like you mentioned about the decline enrollment, does it also going to be can we afford that, the raise?
So for the current year, that's the year that the board is considering, right? Yes, the answer is yes, and we have certified that to the county that we can afford this tentative agreement. For the next 2 years, again, because of declining enrollment and because of the COLA, we will operating in a negative. Case in point, this year COLA is 8.22%. That's the additional funding that we're getting from the state. Next year, it's 0.95. At this point, that's as projecting. So it's less than 1%. So that decrease in the 7%, that pushed back us in the negative, plus the declining enrollment. It's kind of compounded the issues. So we will monitor our expenditures for next year's, and we will, if we need to, that's what the reserves there is for. So we'll spend down some of that, but we want to make sure that we protect our programs and services as long as we can in dealing with this.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that I understand that we can afford this pay increase.
Yes, ma'am, definitely.
Thank you, but we still need to be cautious in spending due to the states of finance and decline enrollment, right?
That is correct.
So thank you very much. You always give us balance. People say you balance the budget very well, but I do know behind it, there's so much hard work that you have been doing there behind the back and support our district. Thank you for your hard work, and thank you very much. Anything else that we have? Okay, if none, the motion is where the 23.1, so do we have any public comment? No, we've done already public comment. So motion, I need a vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion's passed 7-0. Oh. May I have a motion to approve the tentative agreement between the Board of Education and ABC Federation of Teachers, Local 2317, California Federation of Teachers, American Federation of Teachers, AFL-CIO, amending Article 10, salary. I need a motion and second.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, Dr. Fraser.
Hi, I just want to thank you, President Say. Just wanted to thank the association and both our management and association teams for their hard work during negotiations. I really appreciate the collaboration that went on to come to this tentative agreement, and we are bringing it forward as presented.
Thank you. Do you have any public comments?
I do not see any.
Okay, do we have any discussion from a colleague here? I have to keep looking twice, okay, here. Okay, otherwise, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
The motion passed 7-0. Next one is 4.1-8. A motion to approve the second interim report for the period ending January 31st, 2024, with a positive certification. I need a motion and second.
So moved.
You in a second?
Ms. Lewin.
Thank you, Board President Say. So this is the second interim report, which is the second budget update to the board for the fiscal year. And on page 65, as I indicated here, the recommendation is the board to approve this report to be submitted to the county with the a positive certification. It means that the district will be able to meet all of its financial obligations for the current year and the next 2 years. So I would like to draw attention to the board to the 3-year projections on page 69 and page 70. So this is where all the finance numbers are. So in the current year, if you look at the total revenues is expected to be $215,463,000. This is the unrestricted portion of the general fund. This is page 69, right? We are expecting to have a surplus of $256,884. But the next year, if you see, there's a decline of $7 million in the total revenues. So this is due strictly to, like I said, a less than 1% COLA and declining enrollment. And the year after that, we increase a little bit, but also the same impact. declining enrollment. If you look at the expenditures column, it's remained the same for the most part. We're trying to keep costs the same. This is without any future tentative agreement. But you see there's two negative numbers, right? We anticipate to spend down about 6.2 million in the next year and 4.3 million in the year after. So bringing our fund balance, which was 26 million, as you just asked earlier, down to 16 million at the end of the 25-26 school year. Again, this is based on the information we have as of today. COLA might change. The state may provide additional funding, but at the same time, we need to recognize that the state is facing a $73 billion deficit themselves, so they need to solve that first before they can provide any additional funding to school districts. So the April 15 tax collection is key, but at this point, it's a large deficit that they need to address. So the restricted program on page 70 is we are on track to spend down about $12 million next year and $11 million in the year after that. This is due to the expiration of ESSER funds, or the one-time federal money. We have that Learning Recovery Block Grant that we have shared with the board. We are spending down restricted funds, again, to keep programs and services in place for students. So the programs we have, mental health professionals, EL counselors, TOSA, all the extra programs, AP at certain schools to support our students will be here. We are spending down the reserve for that very reason, and that's why we have the restricted reserve to begin with. The money must be spent down for the restrictions based on the grant to support our students. So you see the restricted program spending down. That shouldn't be an alarm. That's intentional and how it should happen. So that's on page 70. So at the end of the 25-26 year, we are going from 66 million, we're going to spend it down to 42 million. It is anticipated that. So, and eventually we'll spend it all down. That is my presentation.
Thank you. Do we have any public comment?
I do not see any.
Oh, and so we do have Vice President Mr. Nishii has some comment or suggestion.
Yeah, I always have questions, right? Even if it is late, I have to ask questions. So does the revenue numbers anticipate also the student drop?
Yes.
Great. So basically, we're going to go from $26 million ending balance in terms of the unrestricted funds.
Correct.
To 16.
Correct.
Within 2 years. We're not going to be bankrupt by any stretch of the imagination. But
No.
it's a negative, and so this is within a 2-year span, 1/3 of our surplus is gone. And there's a minimum, correct?
Yes, sir. The minimum we have to have is 3%.
3%.
Which is about $9 million.
So $9 million. So really, the difference is $7 million.
Correct.
Okay. And the restricted general budget, that $42 million, that'll be disappeared in about 4 more years?
In 2026.
Eventually, it will have to be spent down.
Right. It has to be spent down. We have
Correct.
to have none of it at the end.
Correct.
Of it. And that's going for extra things like reducing the class sizes and things like that.
Definitely.
And making sure that we can have great class sizes, which is important. But at the end of that, we'll have to figure something out.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Next one will be a board member, Mr. Beach.
Thank you, Madam President. Let me start by saying I'm very proud of this board for establishing a very healthy reserve. I think we can all see that we're going to need it drastically soon. Due to the declining enrollment, of course, it's the birth rates. We're losing about 1,400 students every year and only getting in 900, so we're losing 500 students a year. That's going to continue through 2029, so we will lose about 5,000 students since the pandemic over a 10-year period, and I believe that's about $70 million. Is that correct? Okay.
That is correct.
So I'm just stating that publicly. Our union membership is here. I'd like them to hear that. They've been great partners in the past. They've taken furloughs during bad times or other things. I'm not saying we're at that point yet, but you guys can see the budget just like the rest of us, and we're going to have economic challenges going forward. So I just want everybody to be aware of that. We'll do our best through attrition, right, and not getting rid of any employees. I don't want anybody to be scared, but declining enrollment is really going to hurt every district in the state, including ours. So I know, Tuan, you're getting ready for that. You're preparing many solutions and outcomes, and you'll be ready for it, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Next one will be Board Member Ms. Yu.
So first of all, when there's a surplus, and during the COVID we did have extra money here, money there. It was good time, but when we're limited in funding coming in, we are expecting rainy days in the coming years. Is that correct?
Yes, as of today, the state deficit is $72 billion. So yes.
This year?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
You mean 2023?
No, 24, 25.
24
The budget year, right.
That's projected?
Yes.
Wow. 70 billion?
Yes.
Okay. And you're the economist here, and thank you so much for this information, because I'm not a number person, but does that mean in 2025, 2026, that deficit may continue in California?
So there's two factors, right? If our enrollment is stabilized, then that would help, right? If the declining enrollment due to other factors, one of the factor is that development, right? If there's more housing to be built, or ADU units, I was told, or other things that could, increase students, that would help. Hopefully it'll come in time, right? COLA, if it's going up more than 1%, that will help tremendously. And then of course, you have to do its cost control. Right now, we are using one-time funds to keep the last class size low. Once that's run out, and once we keep operating negative, we will have to look at that. We would have to staff or based on contract, and which mean that it will be higher than it is right now. There's no other way of saying it. It will go up.
So in other words, the board and, of course, the teachers and the district have to plan ahead and think about what we're going to do during the rainy days.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Next one will be our Vice President, Mr. Nishi.
I'm sorry to ask too many times. One last thing here. The biggest determinant on the school population is actually the birth rate, as I vaguely remember. In relation to this budget that we have here, it looks like the 0.98 COLA was based upon a $36 billion deficit, something like that?
It was 58 by the legislative analysts, and then the governor projected down to be 38, but now it's at $72 billion.
But originally, when they calculated the 0.98 COLA,
yeah,
what was that calculated based upon?
So depends on who you ask, right? According to the LAO, it's the 58 billion. The COLA is independent of the deficit. The COLA is cost of living adjustment. It's just a separate calculation. The deficit is the tax revenues that they thought they would be receiving. It just come in a lot less than
I understand that. But when they said, or there was a proposal for 0.98, what was the projected deficit?
By the governor, 38 billion.
38 billion.
Correct.
And that was when they projected a COLA of 0.98, practically
Correct.
nothing.
Correct.
And so now that same budget is not 38 anymore, is it? There's a projection for a little bit more?
Yeah, 72 billion, right.
So almost double.
Yes.
Almost double. So before we had a 0% increase, or 1% increase, and now with less than half of that, we don't know what we're going to get in the following year.
That is correct, and that's why I have to keep repeating that based on the information we have at this point, right?
So this $16 million, $16 million, that's based upon
the 0.96% COLA.
The 0.96 COLA that we hope to come in.
Correct.
We hope that comes in based upon $36 million state budget that's deficit.
Correct.
So that was the rosy scenario. Because I want to be real.
Right.
The people need to be real about this, right? I mean, that's what we're looking at.
It's based on the governor's budget proposal, and that's the latest information we have at this point to go with. It's factual, right? So things have gotten worse. Does that mean that education funding?
We don't know what that's
we
gonna
don't know
happen.
what they're
We
gonna
don't
do,
know.
right? So the next
That's speculation.
point in the process would be the May revision. That's after the April 15 tax collection. So we would know better what the governor is going to how he going to revise his budget and whether he's going to continue to support the 0.96% COLA.
And
or
we certainly hope he does that.
right, or it could be zero or it could be negative, right? But that's still not the ending point. The ending point is when the state finally adopt their budget.
Right.
That's the negotiation between the governor and the state legislature to exactly how much funding. It could be zero. It could be negative. It could be a negative COLA, meaning that we get cuts. Not only you don't get the 0.96 increase, you may get zero, or you may get a reduction. So that would push the $16 million down further. But we won't know until the state adopt the budget.
And the schools compete with the same funds as the seniors and the people, healthcare and all the other funds, just the same, because it's a limited universe of money.
Yes, of course. Yes, that's
They
correct.
can't run a deficit.
The state cannot.
Okay, thank you.
Next one with Board Member Dr. Rios. Can't open it?
There we go. Okay, so despite the gleam, or what's the word, not so positive future, I'm looking at page 71, and so regardless of, our fears, it looks like we are okay. I'm a big proponent of spending today's money on today's kids, but here we talk about rainy days and so on. But according to the combined general fund, what will all reserve be for this year?
For this year, $93,529,000.
Which is 84 million above the 3%, correct?
Correct. But
What is the expected ending balance in our reserves in 2 years from now,
$58,693,000.
which is about 50 million above the 3%? So again, I think, I know we like to be conservative and we like to talk about how bad things may get. The fact that we have a pretty good reserve, I guess, what should ease people's fears. Thank you.
You're welcome.
My last question, recently I heard urban area, they lay off a lot of teachers. It's going to be also a coming effect to this area. Not really, huh? So we need a cautious, I'm not talking about laying off.
I can't speculate what Irvine USD gonna do, but
Because my
say
colleague
that
calling me that, yeah. So it is true.
other districts have different issues that they deal with. So I'm not sure what Irvine. Did you say Irvine Unified School District?
Yeah, I was told, yeah.
I can't
Yeah,
speculate.
we just need to be cautious spending money, Our staff, we've been working together like a family, I remember back in 2000, that was, 2000, no, that was before 2000, yeah, 2008, I think 2008. We didn't lay off anyone in our district, So try to maintain that if we can. I'd really appreciate it.
For 22 years that I've been here, we have not laid up any
I know,
permanent
that's what I said, that's
staff.
good things about ours, yeah.
We have been through
We
many
didn't hire,
up
but we
and
just
down
maintained
in the
it,
budget
yeah.
cycle. We will work with our employees groups to hopefully to keep those guiding principles is to protect our people. They are the cornerstone of the business we in. They are why we in the business we are. 85% of our budget spent on people.
I know.
We need to be competitive. We
Right.
need to be able to retain and attract the best
good
teachers
teachers
out
coming
there.
here, right.
But at the same time, we need to be fiscally prudent, and we need
right.
to ensure that we will have the reserve that we need for the rainy day. So that's our job with the superintendent and the board to ensure that.
I want to thank you, and thank you, Dr. Zillow. Thank you. Any other question? If none? Okay, we need to pass this one, right? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Motion passes 7-0. Now, 4.2 May I have a motion to approve bid award ABC 1636 Ferry Middle School modernization to Special Construction Company as the lowest responsive and responsible bidder? May I have a motion and second?
Motion approved, Eugenio.
Second by Noyola.
Thank you, Mr. Roy.
I have one more, I forgot.
I
Thank
know.
you so much. So we are very pleased with the current condition in the construction business to present to the board the Ferry Middle School modernization this summer. Is that we went out to bid for Ferry Middle School modernization under Measure BB. We were able to receive 7 bidders, as you can see here. Usually you get 3 at most, or 4. We get 7. And it's so competitive that for a almost a $7.9 million project, the difference between the first and the second bidder was $5,000. It's unheard of. It just and even the one after that is not far off. So we believe we have a good bid, a strong bid, and these bidders are familiar with our districts and understand the scope of the project and understand their cost structure. So I'm pleased to recommend to the board to award this project to the lowest responsive and responsible bidder, which is Spec Construction.
Thank you. Do we have any public comment?
I do not see any.
Okay, I do know I'll have a board member, Dr. Olga Rios, make some comment on this matter. Go ahead, Dr.
I'm
Rios.
very pleased to see that Petty's on the list. I know I had an issue with, none of the Hawaiian Garden schools being renovated. And so this, I think, when we talk about equity, shows that, good faith on our part, especially because Hawaiian Gardens came out in such big numbers in support. Yes, they're a smaller community, but their community voted favorably in support of this measure. So I'm glad that we are giving back to that community. Thank you.
I think there's some clarifications here. I remember a board agreed at the time we want to do high school first, right? So all kids will enjoy from the measure. Then now we're doing the middle school, am I right?
Yes, ma'am.
So we're trying to apply not just only one area. That's how our process was agreed when the measure approved.
That is
Am I right?
correct.
Okay, just wanted my colleague to understand that. I also do have some comment here. I have Vice President Ms. Nichii.
I'll be really quick. So this is $7 million. And if people are watching the previous meeting where we awarded, I think, 4 or 5 for another different school, but that's just that specific award for that specific scope of work.
That is
the
correct.
Actual total isn't that Fedi got $7 million, the other school got 4.
Right.
The actual total is we had a budget that was set for everybody, that they pretty much get what is fair, correct?
That is correct. The actual budget that added up to $258 million was approved by the board. It was posted on each school website, and that has not changed. And that's what our commitment and our agreement to the community, and we will honor that. We'll add to that, but we will not subtract from that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next one for Clerk, Mr. Nayola.
I just want to thank Tuan and their team for putting out these bids and, getting very competitive, bids. I know Fedi's very excited about this. I know some of their project that they're working on is a computer lab, and they already started sharing with the students. So I know they're looking forward to it next year. So thank you guys.
Thank you. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion passed 7-0. Next one's board member reports, please. The first one is board member Dr. Eugenio.
Thank you, Madam President. Once again, I satisfied my sweet tooth by contributing to Whitney High School's PTA fundraiser and bought 2 boxes of C's chocolate candy. On Saturday, February 24th, I attended the Soroptimist International Club of Artesia Cerritos Monte Carlo Gala event with President Say, Mr. Ernie Nichii, and Mr. Scott Smith. Thank you to the Soroptimists for the invite. My wife and I had a lovely night out together. On Tuesday, February 27th, I attended the Strategic Planning Board Advisory Committee meeting. Thank you, Dr. Lois, for the informative presentation on attendance and chronic absenteeism. That's all I have, Madam President. May God bless you all and keep you well.
Thank you, Dr. Eugenio. Next one with board member Mr. Beach.
Thank you, Madam President. I attended 2 around-the-world dance performances at Nixon Academy. Saw some wonderful shows. Thank you for coming, Madam President, Clerk Nichii. met with Congressman Robert Garcia at Artesia High School, and we talked about how he can benefit our schools. Participated in a read aloud at Whitman Elementary, and also ran with the students at the Nixon Jogathon. That's all, Madam President.
Thank you. That was fun. The next one will be our board clerk, Mr. Noyola.
Thank you, Madam President. On Friday, February 23rd, I was able to attend the CABE, or CABE, California Association for Bilingual Education Conference, where I got to meet a lot of parents looking for resources and also looking for school districts to put their students in for dual immersion. So I was able to, network and also learn a lot about the different English learner support systems, and also that, bilingual education is an asset that a lot of parents are looking to put their students in. On that same Friday, I was able to attend the Artesia High School girls soccer CIF, where they, were champions. And that following Monday, I was able to read at Palms Elementary Read Aloud. Wednesday, I attended the ABC Foundation Awards Night, and followed by the City Council, where they recognized our Fedi Middle School Student Government Day. That Friday, I was able to attend Hawaiian Elementary Literacy Day, where we got to read to the first graders. And that same day, I visited Tracy High School's Peace Club, where they were discussing different opportunities to get involved in the community. And last but not least, I do want to recognize Haskell Middle School staff. They reached out to me to try to find some resources, because I worked for the county, to help support a family who was dealing with some housing insecurity. And I was able to provide some of those resources, but I really want to give them the shout out, because they pulled their own money together and bought the students some clothes, gave them some gift cards, and really connected them to the right people. So I just want to thank you, Haskell, for supporting your students and supporting the families. Thank you.
Thank you. Next one will be Vice President Mr. Nishii.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. I'll be really quick as well. I also got to go to the Garcia's congressional thing. He really spoke to the kids, so that was an amazing thing. The kids had great questions. ABC Foundation, if you guys have a chance, please go and support that. That's one of the groups that improves teaching. They actually say, teachers, propose something. And they propose something, they ask for money, and this group gives it to them so that they can actually have more money to do what the district can't always do. So $60,000, but I'm hoping it's $60 million someday. And it's a real strength, because it really encourages teachers to be entrepreneurial and do the best that they can. Wanted to encourage people to, been to a lot of events, but I think you don't need to hear that. There's going to be a Holocaust survivor that's going to come and speak to our schools. Obviously, you have to reserve in advance, so if you want to, and it's mainly a student event, but I think it's going to be a touching experience for the kids, March 25th, 26th, and 27th at our high schools. Again, you have to get a reservation in advance, and it's going to be limited because it is a small venue. But I think these experiences are deep, and they need to be heard before all of these people are not here to tell that story. And so I thank Dr. Weiss for bringing that person that experience to our students. Other things is there's a student awards program for the Susan Embry Scholarship. You can ask me about that. It's the 9th annual. And this is writing about the incarceration of Japanese. There's going to be an art contest. The deadline, I think, is April 20th, and hopefully we can save the world. I think the kids can do that through their art and through intentional living. And so I'm hopeful that the kids any kids that are watching right now or parents, go ahead and try to win that, because it's important to be aware that our resources are not unlimited. We can't just waste money and whatever we want to do. We got to be intentional about how we grow and live in our world with other people. It's not just me, it's everybody else. I did attend the school facilities committee, and they made a vote, and that I was there for that. And so that's it. That's enough. Good enough.
Thank you. Anyone else? No. Okay. So next one, announcements. Our next regular board meeting will be on Tuesday, March the 19th at 7 p.m. in the boardroom here. And we do have a committee meeting. Just want to remind everyone, we still have a school facility capacities and Declining Enrollment Board of Ad Hoc Committee is due on Wednesday, March 20 at 6 p.m. at District Boardroom. And Diversity, Unity, Equity Board Advisory Committee will be on Thursday, March 21st, 2024, 6 p.m. at the boardroom. Strategic Planning and the Board Advisory Committee, Tuesday, March 26th, 5:30 p.m. at locations on IT Tech Lab. And Legislative Policy Board Advisory Committee, Wednesday, March 27th, 6:30 p.m. at the District Conference Room. Finance and Audit Board Advisory Committee at Thursday, March 28th at 6 p.m. District Conference Room. We do have one special event, which is ABC Film Festival on Wednesday, March 20, 5:30 to 8:30 p.m. at Grace Hu Auditorium. I encourage my colleague to attend. Locations at Whitney High School. Okay, now we'll go down to second public comment. Do we have any?
No, we do not.
I'm trying to get back, Mr. Beach. So I need a motion and a second to adjourn.
Move to adjourn.
This meeting. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion passed 7-0. Good night. Have a good day. Well, you know we have so many.